Welcome everybody to City Council meeting of April 25th, 2016. We'll have the call to order.
Councilmember Keener.
Here.
Councilmember Neihardt.
Present.
Councilmember Irvin.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill. Mayor Degree.
Present. And the salute to the flag will be by Councilmember Irvin.
Please rise and join me to the salute to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation,
under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. And closed session report. It's a very long one.
Nothing to report.
That's right. We did not have any closed session. Special presentations. And we have an update on our local emergency, which is our erosion issues. Who's going to be doing that?
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Whoops, whatever that was. I think that was my name tag.
Oh, everybody knows who you are.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Van Ocampo. I'm the Director of Public Works, and I'm here to present the update on our local emergency, our state of local emergency. As you all know, on January 22nd, the City Manager declared a state of local emergency. This was confirmed by the Council during their meeting of January 25th. Immediately, staff opened the Office of Emergency Operations Center, or the EOC, which is situated at the police station. On January 27th, let me push back a little bit. Okay, so staff immediately started reaching out for assistance to the federal, state, and county agencies. On January 27, Congresswoman Jackie Spear, along with FEMA's Bob Benton and Cal OES's Nancy Ward, visited Pacifica to inspect the damaged infrastructure as we have reached out to these agencies. Our main focus when we led them to the different sites was to have them focus on three particular damages to the infrastructures that we have. The first one of which is the damaged concrete railing along the Pacifica Municipal Pier. This is the northern extension of the pier. As an update for this project, we are currently preparing the repair plans, and as soon as we're done with that, we'll advertise it for repair or construction. Next, we showed them the Milagro Creek outfall, and the initial damage for the outfall is estimated at $1.2 million. If you would recall, the city entered into contract with Cotton Shires and Associates to do the preparation of the repair plans for this one. But since this project will require a coastal development permit with the Coastal Commission, one of the requirements of the Coastal Commission is to put together alternatives for the repairs. That has been submitted to the city. We are going to present that to the Coastal Commission staff so they can lead us to which alternative or repair option they want us to proceed with. And then next is the Beach Boulevard seawall breach at Santa Maria. If you recall, this is the picture of the damage that occurred at this particular location. We have since completed the repair of the seawall, and that's how it looks right now. This area here is a section of the promenade that we intend to restore after we have completed some of the restoration also on some of the other voids. My next slide will talk about other sinkholes that we have observed or suspect to exist within the promenade. So the intent is to do the pavement restoration or promenade restoration along with the installation of the railing all at the same time. Since then, additional damages have developed along the promenade. This is the one that I mentioned earlier. There's a sinkhole developed at Paloma Avenue and also near Chit Chat at Santa Rosa. These have since been filled. This is how they look right now. And again, if you notice that there's a patch of asphalt here and the concrete is also a patch there, and the reason for that is what we want to do is restore the pavement all at the same time with the concrete contractor to nicely finish them. Other damages at the promenade were also observed. Okay. And this is the picture of the railing just north of Chit Chat Cafe. This is the beach access stair at, I believe it's San Jose, as well as the column lighting that we have here. If you can notice, it's leaning towards the east. So there are 4 of these columns that got damaged. 3 of them is merely the torch light at above, but this in particular one is leaning towards the east. And again, they'll be done all at the same time. As I have mentioned, because we suspect there are other areas where voids may be present, what staff did was we contracted with a contractor that does a ground penetrating radar survey, and that was conducted about a couple of weeks ago. And the results of that GPR survey is that there are 12 more areas which are suspected to have voids on them, and these are the areas right here. This is Paloma, and you can see there are 2 more areas here, and this is where the seawall breach, and all the more, that's the reason why we did not restore this yet, is because there's another void there and another void here suspected. And then similarly, also by Chit Chat Cafe, a little bit south of where our void was, there are other suspicion of existence of a cavity. Now, in order for us to confirm this suspicion, what we have to do is either core drill or bore at these locations to confirm that. And then once we have that, then we can let out a contract for the filling of such voids and the restoration of the pavement all at the same time. Another sinkhole developed, but this sinkhole is not really by the coast. This is along the Milagro Creek storm drain, and this is at the fire station at Edgemar. Mm-hmm. This, as you know, this is the parking lot, the back parking lot for the fire station. That's the church. Underneath this section is where Milagro Creek goes underground by a 48-inch reinforced concrete pipe. So far, we had somebody go inside the pipe itself, and this is what they discovered. There's separation along the joints of the pipe, and the reason for that separation is because as we have all this rain saturating the ground, what it did was it softened the support for the pipes, leading it to fail and cause this separation. And once you have this separation, especially on a pipe size like this, it escalates really fast. And so the goal is to repair these sections, and we've measured it to be about 80 to 100 feet. So the first 80 to 100 feet will be replaced at this particular location. Now, this is an old picture. What we have there right now is this is all filled with slurry to eliminate the hazard, and we are constantly monitoring the condition of the sinkhole. We've noticed that ever since we filled it with slurry, it still continues to sink. And again, the reason for that is because we have not really repaired the offset on the pipe. Other damages also involves the existing rock revetment at the 500 block of Esplanade. This is particularly behind the two remaining homes there at 528 and 532. We noted that there's some failure, and so what we need to do is to reposition some of the rocks that we had there, because some of them have been washed out by the high tides and swell, along with the power pole waves that kind of dislodged them and got them rolling towards the ocean. So far, as all of you know, we have completed the demolition of 320 Esplanade. Not only that, what we did was we graded the surface already within the area. It has now a positive drainage whereby rainwater will flow towards the street and into our storm drain system instead of going over the bluff and cause further erosion. So that has been completed. This area is protected by chain link fence. These slides will show the different agencies that have expressed their willingness to help us cope with the damages that we have incurred so far. The California Office of Emergency Service, of which we have applied for grants with two of their programs. One is the California Disaster Assistance Act, or CDAA. We have submitted the application. The application was due last April 15th. And another one is the Hazard Mitigation Grant Program. We have submitted the NOI, or Notice of Intent, for this particular program. The application is due June 16, or next month. Next month. We have also working closely with the staff at the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers. We have also sent requests for funding under Section 14 and Section 103 of the River and Harbor Act of 1962. Just recently, staff had reached out to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers asking them for an update regarding the status of our requests. These are the list of projects. Next slide shows the list of projects that were submitted under the CDAA program to Cal OES, beginning with the pier repair, the Beach Boulevard seawall repair, Milagro Creek outfall, Rockaway Beach revetment repair. Here we notice that there are sections of the rock revetment in front of the seawall by Moonraker that has dislodged, and so the project would be to recover some of the rocks that are currently in the ocean, kind of put them back in position, and also add a few rocks where it's really necessary, where it's necessary. We also have the Westline Drive sinkhole repair, and also the Westline Drive slope repair. This slope repair is 90% complete, whereas the sinkhole, we're having a hard time accessing the pipe itself because of the amount of flow that is currently in the pipe. In order for us to do that, we have to send somebody down with a harness 20 feet down and into a 48-inch diameter pipe. So we don't want to risk the employee's safety. What we're doing right now is just waiting for the flow to die down a little bit, and then we'll proceed with that. Okay. And this is the one that I mentioned earlier, the Milagro sinkhole repair, which is the backup station 71, 500 block of Esplanade, and these are the other repairs. For the sinkhole at Paloma and Santa Rosa, they have all been filled already. It's just a matter of restoring the pavement. Okay. Now for the HMGP, like what I said, we have submitted the notice of intent, and the applications are due in June. And these are the projects that we have submitted. This is the Sharp Park Road slope repair stabilization. Yeah, you will see this along Sharp Park Road. It's covered by tarp. And then this is the 310 to 330 Esplanade infrastructure preservation. The other three projects in here are hazard elimination because of the possibility of the homes being undermined enough whereby it falls into the ocean. But as you all know, or you may all know, the one at 532 Esplanade, that's the house that already got moved by the property owner forward. It's right now near the back of the side, or at the back of the sidewalk. The 1070 Palmetto, this is the one that burned. This is the house behind the towing company. And then the 112 Palmetto, what it is the deck is the one that's kind of overhanging onto the beach. So with that, I conclude my presentation and would gladly answer your questions.
Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill?
Hi, I just wanted to check one thing, Van, is that despite all the issues with the seawall, those are all south of, or north of the Chit Chat Cafe, not south, correct?
That is correct. No voids there are no voids suspected south of the Chit Chat. They're all north.
So then, due to the different construction of the seawall here in front of council chambers, the Beach Boulevard project, and the side of the Palmetto and Montecito, there has been no storm damage at all, correct?
There are none.
None. Okay, thank you.
Let's see, Councilwoman Urban?
Okay, I just had a couple questions about some of the slides. Starting with the pier, you said the initial damage was an estimated $31,000. So that covers just the repairs at the far end of the pier, and I was wondering if that's still an accurate amount, $31,000.
31,000 is the initial damage estimate for that. Once the engineer is finished with the repair plans and specification, we'll have a better gauge on how much that will cost. Even when we applied for our grants, it's very clear, and the grantors, the CalOES, is aware that that's just an initial damage estimate. That they'll be willing to accept a higher price or a higher cost in the event that that's how it came out, or that's how it comes out.
Okay, that's interesting. And then in terms of what you just mentioned, that you have gotten some response from the grantors, and I was just wondering if you had any feedback on any kind of response from your grant thus far.
Okay, so far we have received word from CalOES that they have accepted our CDAA application. We're in the process of submitting information so that they can write what you call the damage survey report, or DSR. Once that DSR gets approved, that's the guarantee that the state is going to fund your project. So the goal is to get as much of these information, contracts, and backup documents to the state, and they have been very, very helpful. We're in close contact with them. Pictures have been sent, data and information regarding the damage have all been sent to them. And like what I said, like for example, that sinkhole at Westline where we can access the pipe, they've also been patient with us, understanding the difficulty in getting some of the information that is needed.
And on that note, I'd really like to commend the Public Works and the entire staff for the work that they're doing in putting together these grant applications. They're going to be making a phenomenal difference and very, very important in the final outcome of how the city of Pacifica does. So I'd really like to commend the team for the work that they've done on those grants.
And thank you for mentioning the word team, because it's really an effort, not just with Public Works, but the other departments as well. Finance helping us out with reporting, because it's important that documentation is, the proper documentation is there in order for the state to approve your application. Obviously, PR work when we reach out to not only the county, but also the state and federal government. If not for their presence here in Pacifica, this would have not been, a success, or as successful as we are right now.
Yeah, thank you. Point well taken.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nyhart?
So, Van, and you may not be able to answer this, so I understand, but
You always have these questions for me that I
I
can't answer.
know, I know, it's gonna be a tough one, because I'm trying to understand, because the construction, having lived in this area for so long and watched the construction south of the pier was so strikingly different than north of the pier. And it's clear that the seawall is in the process of failing, as it stands right now. I mean, 12 more sites, right?
Yes, 12 suspected sites where
Okay.
void may exist.
But it's a much different construction, and much, at least on the appearance, less durable.
The north section of the seawall is constructed differently than the south. The south being more robust in terms of being supported by not only a bigger concrete foundation, which is 1 by 5, 1 foot by 5, but also on piers.
Right. So at what point do we talk, and I think we've already kind of discussed this with the Army Corps, but I'm wanting to know, at what point do we talk about the replacement of that seawall?
As your public works director, I mean, now is the time we, look into this, because obviously, not only does reconstruction takes time, it's the availability of money is the one that is a primary concern.
It's really that opportune moment to capitalize on the emergency in that regard, all right?
Right.
Is that what you're thinking?
Well, the emergencies that we have will only repair the sections that have, damage. The complete replacement of the northern section of the seawall will have to be through another grant,
Correct. But we have a lot of the tension.
If I might, yes, thank you. If I might add, I'm Lori Tinfo, City Manager. The work that we're doing with the Army Corps of Engineers, we've submitted 3 requests, and one of them is to replace that section of the seawall north of the pier, and they're evaluating that. And the second one is the Milagro outfall, because we think that may need more attention and basically their assistance to completely repair that. And then the third one is looking at shoring up the cliff edge of Esplanade to protect the street up in the northern part of the city. So they've confirmed that those requests are being evaluated by the people who visited here, the team that visited here in February. They acknowledged that on Friday, just that's the latest information we have. They also shared that the maximum available for each project would be $5 million. So that should cover the scope of what we're looking at. And we'll continue to keep the council apprised as we hear more information.
I'd be really interested if you know, or if we could find out, Santa Cruz went through a fairly extensive revetment and looking at this citywide after the storms in the 80s. I'm kind of curious if we could do something or find out how they did that, what the process was, and if there is similar kinds of studies about areas that need protected and areas that don't, in some kind of a systemized way.
Okay. We will certainly reach out to City of Santa Cruz.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Keener?
Yeah. Let's see. First of all, did you do the ground penetrating radar on the promenade south of the pier?
We did mostly on the north. There were no evidences on the south. We tried a small section in the south, didn't find any.
Okay. What, the section immediately south of the pier then? Or?
Yeah, where the Chit Chat is, yes, south of that. That area there where you have the concrete plaza, that's what, and that's included.
Yeah.
But most of them went to the north.
Okay. My other question has to do with the revetments. So on the 500 block of Esplanade, for example, that's a private home, but here we are. I take it we, the city, is doing the revetment and paying for it. Is that right?
Actually, the rock revetment was installed as part of a FEMA grant for the 97-98 El Nino. And the purpose of the revetment is to protect the street. That's the reason why the top portion of the bluff has eroded and the house is needed to move forward. But again, the design of the rock revetment is just for the protection of Esplanade and all the infrastructure within the street.
Does the city own that land down on the beach, or is it sort of up in the air?
I believe there's an easement. I would have to check on this one, Councilmember Keener, but I believe there, as part of it is, okay, for the homes, from the homes, not for from 536, which is the one of the 10 homes that got demolished. The property is owned by the city, yes.
Okay.
Right. I'm not sure about looking at an easement for this area here, but I believe that's the case.
But in any case, we were the entity that originally placed the rock revetment in the first place back in 97, 98.
It was actually in 98 or so after the 97, 98 El Nino that we constructed the rock revetment that was funded by FEMA.
And the same question for 1070 Palmetto and 1112 Palmetto. Was there prior rock revetment? Was it ours?
We don't have a rock revetment there. If there was rock revetment there, that was placed by the property owner, not the city.
Well, is the city going to pay for?
No, the grant that we have applied for, notice of intent, was for the demolition of the homes and payment for the property because you're eliminating the hazard of the house itself or the structure falling into the ocean.
And payment for the property, huh? Okay.
And I'm sorry, just to add, that would be at the property owner's request.
That is correct. All we did was
submitted it only on their behalf to put them into the queue, and it's up to them to then determine if they want to take that action or not.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying.
And that would apply to both the revetment and the demo of the house and the purchase of the property?
That's my understanding, but I'll defer to Van. He probably knows more about the
Yeah, that is
program
correct.
itself.
The grant is supposed to pay for the demolition of the home and the transfer of the property because the property would have no value at that time.
That's right.
Okay, and who have you applied for a grant for that?
That's also with Cal OES.
Okay. Is what I'm getting at is sort of, are we setting a precedent here? And in a way, I think not, because this has happened before.
Correct.
That is correct.
But, are we going to be sort of at least on the hook to apply for grants for anybody else's property next to the ocean that part of it falls in? Well, that's a rhetorical question, of course. Yeah, right. Rhetorical smile on your part, huh?
Well, I will just say that all we've done so far is submit the NOI, the notice of interest or intent.
Intent.
So the amount of time that's taken is very nominal. And basically, again, it's just a placeholder for the property owner if they want to follow up on it.
Okay, great. I think that's all I had. Yeah, the Rockaway Beach revetments, those are ours?
Yes, that's within the public right-of-way.
Okay.
That's on Marlow Way. And we're talking about the section of seawall that is north of Rockaway Beach Avenue. And at the end of the cul-de-sac, there's a seawall there, and where you have the sculpture, the stainless steel.
Okay. All right. Okay. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Very good. Thank you.
Do we have an estimate of time? Is there any sense of time when these responses will come
Responses in terms
from
of...
each of the grant requests?
Like I said, for the Cal OES CDAA grant, we're constantly working with Cal OES staff, and it appears that they're as fast as they can also processing the requests. With regards to the HNGP grant, the application is not due until June,
16.
which will probably take us to about, either the fall before they can even give us a response.
Thank you. So the tipping column, what's the estimate of time about that thing? That looks rather precarious.
Well, it's not like the column is about to fall. We made sure that thing is secured. What we wanted to do is once we have confirmed through boring the presence of voids within the promenade, and that's actually the bottleneck here. Once we did that and we have already filled the void, that's when we start preserving the surface and including the repair on the column light.
And a void means a weak spot, right?
A void means a cavity underneath.
Actual cavity already?
Actual cavity underneath. It's just that it may be too small for it to reflect to the surface. The ones that we have encountered are, pretty significant. That's the reason why it already reflected through.
The whole Milagro Creek area is indicative that could be all the way from Milagro Ridge out to the ocean. I mean, you have the outfall, and then you have right by the fire station, and looking at the reason for it, I'm assuming that could affect the pipe all the way, the entire pipe.
Actually, if you would recall, Mayor, during the 97-98 El Nino, there was a project that Public Works did, and that replaced the entire, creek with a what you call high-density polyethylene pipe, which is a plastic pipe that is cold fused. So that we don't have these joints, and it spans from the very end by Conchita Court all the way to near the fire station. It's the section from just east of the fire station. That's where we went back to the reinforced concrete pipe, and now it's that section that is failing.
Oh, so we're not really worried about further.
Not at all, because like I said, if you recall, we replaced that section already with a 50-inch pipe.
Then I'm assuming because the Coastal Commission asked for alternatives for the Milagro outfall, that anything that's within the coastal zone, they may request alternative remedies, or when does all that come in?
It's always part of the permitting process. You present their alternatives for the repair, similar to what we did for 380 Esplanade, where they asked us to move the outfall further south. That is always, that's the process by which we get the permit through them as smoothly as possible and as expeditiously as possible. We do the consultation, and they lead us to the right path, so to speak.
Oh, yeah, thank you. I have another, Councilmember Keener.
Yeah, a couple more questions I forgot. So first, the voids, are they primarily in sand?
Most of them are in sand or fine materials.
Yeah, okay. And on 310 to 330 Esplanade, where you've estimated $4 million for infrastructure preservation in the street, what sort of techniques are you going to employ there?
What we're looking at is in meeting with the Coastal Commission staff, they're looking at something similar to what is currently at Land's End, which is which is a concrete wall. Because if you don't have the revetment in front of the wall, then you're maximizing the beach area. And that's what feedback that we got with the Coastal Commission.
So a concrete wall at the bottom of the bluff?
Yes, similar to what Land's
But
End.
no revetment? No rock revetment?
Similar to what Land's End has. What it is a Shot Creek wall that they have that goes down all the way through the sand. There is a rock revetment, but it's embedded. It's underneath the level of the sand, and that is primarily to protect the base of your Shot Creek wall. It's not going to be shown at the top, and so people that wants to recreate at the beach has the full width of the beach.
So the shotcrete will go
Along the face of the bluff.
the entire face?
Not all the way to the top, only up to a certain level, whereby if the bluff starts to recline, it would do it at an angle that the street is still protected or preserved.
Okay. Let's see, I think there was one more thing I had a question for. Can't find it. Okay, that's it. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. And there are a lot of agencies to work with, so keeping on top of all that is great. We're appreciative of those agencies, too. All right, thank you. So we are back to the agenda, and we have, where am I? Consent calendar. There are 5 items, and I've been asked to pull 2 and 4. I have that correct? And that would, public request. Number 2 is the Bicycle National Month. There's 2 cards for that. And item 4 is tentative agreements with the Pacifica Police Management Association and Pacifica Police Supervisors Association. I have 1 request for that. So can I just take those now? So if Amber Shrestha for the Bicycle Month would come forward, and Cynthia Gnomes also for the Bicycle Month. And then item 4 is Dan Stejic.
Good evening. Sorry. I'm just here on behalf of the Pacifica Climate Committee to thank the council for considering this resolution and bringing, addressing bicycling in Pacifica and bringing it to the attention. And while it's on everyone's attention, we're hoping to eventually reform a bicycle committee. Pacifica is such a great city for bicycling, and my kids bicycle all over town. We'd really like to see more painted bike lanes and more bike racks just to make it safer and more convenient to bicycle. And that's all.
Thank you very much. And also Cynthia Gnomes.
Good evening, everyone. I'm a proud resident of Pacifica, and I would like to advocate for the adoption of the resolution declaring May National Bike Month. I'm also here on behalf of the Pacifica Climate Committee, and I'm a strong supporter of reducing the number of cars that congest our roads and affect our air quality through improved public transportation and bike-friendly streets. So National Bike Month can raise awareness about the benefits of cycling on health and air quality, and potentially encourage residents to combine biking and possibly biking and busing to shop locally and to reduce money spent on their commutes. Thanks for your time.
Thank you very much. And there is a precedent for bicycle committees, so that's great.
That's right.
Dan Stednick for item 4, Police Department. Then I think that's it, unless anybody else has anything for item 2 or 4.
I just was going to, I'll let you
go ahead.
speak. Just go ahead.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for hearing me tonight. My name is Dan Stedjink. I'm here to talk on the police officers and supervisors contract here. The public safety, which is police and fire, is 50% of our general fund budget. On page 1 there, you can take a look and see how much we pay for San Mateo County public safety per capita. And you think, well, we must pay more than anybody else, right? but we don't. We pay the 4th lowest in the entire county per capita of anybody for public safety. We're getting a deal. As cheap as it is, it's still 50% of our budget for public safety. The only ones that are spending less than us, Portola Valley, Half Moon Bay, and Woodside, have all contracted their services out to the San Mateo County Sheriff's Department. Some very huge disadvantages, if we were ever to do that, are that we lose total control over the homeless situation here. San Mateo County is going to completely ignore any car where someone's living it in. They're going to treat it like a private residence. When I look at the police reports, and I read them every day, it looks like about 40% some days of all our calls are for abandoned vehicles, parked vehicles here. Maybe it is time to save our police department. Maybe it's time for a 2-tiered system where we have non-sworn officers giving cars parking tickets. Maybe we have explorers. Maybe it's a vended solution where we have an outside company with permitted parking and take care of that. If we don't act to save our police department, we're not going to be able to protect them. Pacifica is one of the safest cities in the entire Bay Area. There's probably none of you in this room that is afraid to walk to the grocery store at 11 p.m. if you want to. It's rare when we have a convicted murderer break into a home like we did last week. It's extremely rare. It's a safe town. You know, the police department is something to be prized here. In 2013, $20 million was how much we had outstanding bonds on their budget. If you look at page 3 there, you can see from the 2015-16 operating budget, we're paying $2.7 million a year on those police and fire pension bonds. That's before they doubled to added another $28 million. So I guess we can just assume at a minimum it would double to $5.6 million a year we're paying on those bonds. If we ignore the police department, it's going to disappear, and we're not going to be able to afford to have it. But there is still time to make a solution where we can keep our police. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I think that's it. So for the consent items, did you folks want to say something? Short.
I'm just going to make a brief comment on the, I appreciate the comments heard about the bicycle month, and I'm on the Bike and Pedestrian Advisory Committee in San Mateo County, and it's really a very important and significant committee where they talk about many of the issues facing bicyclists that actually ride their bikes to work, things like that. It's very different than recreational biking, and they're really making a lot of headway in terms of really making San Mateo County a much more bikeable area, and that would be wonderful if we can do more within Pacifica, because we are really separated from the rest of the working environment, and so it's a little more difficult to bike from Pacifica to some of these other areas, and we're working very hard on finding ways to make biking more accessible. And again, I appreciate your comments and your interest in that subject, and I agree with you wholeheartedly.
So do I have comments or a motion here?
Yeah, I wanted to make
Okay.
a couple comments. I would second that issue about the Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee, partly because we also have it in many cities connected to our Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee that is part of our City and County Association of Governments. And we have been able to garner a number of grants through working with that committee and our staff at the City and County Association of Governments, and I really support that. There's also a number of cities that are working toward the combination of trails and public transportation. So there are a number of options, but it all kind of revolves around the density, the numbers, all of those kinds of things working, because there's rules around each and every one of those. But having a group of citizens involved in that would be absolutely wonderful. The other thing I'd like to say is that I am really glad that at least another member of the public spoke about the police, because that's exactly what we did about 4 years ago, is save our police department. So we're all on board with that, and I think if you talk to our officers and you look at our statistics, that's exactly why. So thank you for that.
Thanks. Motion, or do you have a comment?
Happy to move.
My light's been on for about 10 minutes.
Good.
Okay. Okay, I had a question for staff regarding number 4. In section 17, it says here, let's see, the uniform shall be considered the property of the city. Any unit member whose employment is terminated prior to the completion of 1 year of service shall return all uniform items to the city or refund the full $1,100 uniform credit. And that's in there twice, with $1,100.
Well, that's an
Can you
interesting.
define that for me, please?
Good one.
That's good.
That sounds like it's something we need to correct.
It's in there
Yes,
twice.
You're right, it is.
It's in there twice.
Thank you for catching that.
Really. Councilman Keener?
Yeah, on number 4, I assume that these are just sort of additions to MOUs that we've already signed?
That's correct, yes.
Okay.
It's language cleanup, even though this typo
had a-
notwithstanding.
Pardon me, I didn't hear the last bit.
It's a language cleanup for the existing MOUs, and I just said these typos notwithstanding.
Yeah, right. Okay.
Councilman Keener, Lorenzo Hines, Assistant City Manager. We have 9 bargaining units, and as we go through each of the contract negotiations with the units, we are endeavoring to clean up all of the contract language that has existed for a number of years. And so these 2 provisions that you see here are just a couple of clauses that we needed to get in to stay consistent with our past practice. And so we bring it before you for your approval.
Okay. Thank you, Lorenzo.
Okay.
Okay, I need a motion and a second.
Move approval of the consent calendar.
Okay, we have a motion.
I'll second that.
Do I need to abstain from the minutes? It's been a while since I missed. Oh, yeah. All right.
So I'll do 2 votes, one for everything except the minutes.
Yes, that would be the better way to do it.
So we'll vote on items 2, 3, 4, and 5, and exclude item 1, the minutes, so that Councilwoman Irvin can vote.
Thank you.
So I have a motion and a second, do I? Got all these
Yeah,
lights.
to modify we could just modify the current motion, correct?
Correct. As I understand it, the motion that's on the table is to approve consent calendar items 2 through 5.
Excellent.
2, 3, 4, and 5, yeah.
That's the motion, I need a second.
John
I second
seconded.
it.
You did second,
Yes.
all right, thank you. All right, call for the vote, please. Passes 4-1. Oh, no.
John,
Make mine a yes.
We redo.
we do it.
Oh, yeah, okay.
You should be fine this time.
Yes.
Yes, that's unanimous. Okay, so we'll now vote on the approval of the minutes, and Councilwoman Irvin cannot vote. So, need a motion, folks?
Move approval of the minutes?
Second?
Second.
All right, we have both. Call for the vote. Thank you, and that's unanimous, and Councilwoman Irvin cannot vote. All right, thank you. So we are now on oral communications, and we do have a bunch of oral communications. So this is for anything that is not on tonight's agenda. And before I forget, I'm supposed to remind everybody to make sure your phones are turned off. Haven't had that problem in 100 years. Tonight would be the night. So Nancy Ann Dooley and Tigris Big Stick and Jan Dolan and Brad Pence and Marcia Settle. I believe I said that right. So if you don't mind lining up, so that would be Nancy Ann Dooley. Is she still here? Maybe I said it wrong, D-O-O-L-E-Y, Dooley, maybe? Then how about, I'm sorry?
Could I ask that Coach Pence speak first?
No.
All right, Brad Pence, you can move your card to the front.
Madam Mayor and City Council members, my name is Brad Pence, and I've lived on Fairlawn Avenue in Pacifica for the last 25 years, and I'm the owner, coach of the Coastside Tiger Sharks and Pacifica Platypus Swim Club, and I've coached the Terra Nova High School team for the past 10 years. I wanted to take this opportunity to share some information about the Coastside Tiger Sharks, Pacifica's only master swim team. I formed the Coastside Tiger Sharks 5 years ago to share my passion for swimming with others by providing coached swimming practices to adults. I initially approached the PB&R staff about running the program at the Oceana pool, but after several discussions and meetings, it was apparent that they obviously had no interest. So I went and I approached Jefferson High School District, and they were very supportive. And within 2 weeks, we had the program up and running. The number of swimmers grew quickly, and with the addition of an age group team, the swimmers from the Pacifica Platypus team, we currently have around 45 youth swimmers. And I hired 2 incredibly dedicated and talented coaches to run the practices for the age group team. I paid Jefferson Union High School about $15,000 a year to rent the Terra Nova pool for the privilege of standing on the pool deck 3 mornings a week from 5:30 to 7, many mornings in the cold and rain, sharing my passion and being inspired by the dedicated adults, swimmers that love swimming. The team has grown to over 40 members and includes mostly fitness swimmers but of all skills, but it also includes swimmers that have swam from Alcatraz, competed in the Tahoe Relay, and will be swimming the Golden Gate Bridge swim in September. I didn't start the teams with the goal to make money, just to share my passion of swimming. The monthly dues for the pool pay the pool rent and coaches' salaries. I don't pay myself any salary at all. I never have, and last year was the first year the teams broke even. I've had a successful accounting practice in Pacifica for 25 years that pay the bills. As you know, the Terra Nova pool is being closed May 30th for a long overdue renovation and may be closed for over a year. I need to find pool time for both teams, and my first thought was to approach PB&R to rent 3 lanes for the Coastside Tiger Sharks during the morning lap swim at the Gene Brink pool. They refused, stating there was no benefit to the PB&R to rent to a competing program. They did not have pool space. I just wanted to mention 3 things. One, based on very conservative calculations, the pool has a maximum capacity of 160 swimmers during morning lap swim. This morning there were 64.
You keep it really short because you've already on the red.
I'm going to close here in just 1 second. And 15 of those swimmers were Coastside Tiger Shark swimmers. 95% of the teams are made up by Pacifica residences. 3, they are currently renting, or they are currently allowing people to give private swimming lessons with no rent and without providing certificate of insurance over at the Oceana pool. In closing, I just want to let you know that the Gene Brink pool at Oceana is a fantastic facility, and unfortunately, it's not being used to its maximum capacity. And the city's missing out on additional revenue from members of the City of Pacifica. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, so I think like we have a couple on the same subject, so we do need to stick to our red light there, and I certainly do vouch for the early morning and dedication of Mr. Pence. No doubt about that. Nancy and Dooley. And Tiger Big Stick, and Jan Dolan, and Marcia Sattel, I think it is.
My name is Nancy Ann Dooley. As Brad is a longtime resident of Pacifica,
Speak into
I'm
the
relatively
microphone.
new. I've been
Use your microphone, then TV can pick you up.
Okay, I've been here about 3 years, and I do want to state my support for the Coastside Tiger Sharks and our team, and ask that you allow them to utilize the facility at the Oceana Pool. I think you'd find that it's a complementary program to the things that go on there, that the team is open and welcoming. I will say, when I approached Brad about joining the team, I was not the gorgeous physical specimen that you see here today. However, he did not laugh at me, and I was welcomed and embraced by the entire team. So for personal, as Brad said, many of us are here for fitness, so that personally, I think it's a great thing for Pacifica to have, and that I would encourage you to support the team as we do.
Thank you. Tiger Big Stick? Oh, and you're Nancy Ann?
They want to go together?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Hello, thank you for letting me speak. My name is Jan Dolan, and I'm here to express my support for our Masters swim team and ask for the city's support as well. Swimming is not for everyone, but for us and for a lot of other people, it fills a need. Personally, I hadn't been able to find any exercise that I liked until I found Brad's team 4 years ago, and it's actually changed my life. And having a motivational coach and a supportive group of people to swim with. It's not a fiercely competitive group or a supportive group. We love getting up early because we've got a great coach to get us going. And swimming on your own laps at Oceana is not the same. So I think that Brad's team is filling a need for a lot of us that really like to be coached and like to be part of a team. And amazingly, I was one of those people that swam to Alcatraz or from Alcatraz last year, and I never would have thought I could do that. So I really encourage you to support this team and help us find some room at Oceana, a few mornings a week, a few lanes, so that we can continue, because if we don't have a pool, I'm afraid the team will dissolve. So thank you.
Congratulations on the Alcatraz. Tiger Big Stick?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. I'm Tiger Jastrolls, Big Stick of Pacifica. The last time we were here, I talked a little about the Mother's Day card donation drive that the Resource Center is doing. And tonight I have a picture of where I have the actual card. The inside has the full picture, and the outside part of the picture. And one of the members of the board of directors wrote a poem for the inside of it. It's short. Mother held by mother, held by mother, held by light, each giving birth to hearts meant for love. Thank you for your life and light and love this Mother's Day. So I'm going to read from this flyer, which is available at the PRC. And also on the table in the back of the room, if anyone in the room has interest. And it just says, the PRC serves many single mothers and their children. Your Mother's Day donation is a wonderful way to help our families get the support they need to stabilize their families. And it suggested a $40 donation. And again, I'm very interested in this particular project. A good friend of mine donated the artwork that they used for the card. And so they're hoping to get donations in by this Friday, April 29th, in order to get the card to your moms on time by May 8th, although they'll take requests for cards and donations after that time. But to get it there by May 8th, it's suggested to get it no later than this Friday. And that aside, I also wanted to say thank you to Karen Irvin, who I was doing a little gardening beside on Saturday's Earth Day at the community center for the Resource Center's beautification plot. It was really cool to work side by side with a council member doing gardening. Speaking of which, on Wednesday, the American Legion Family Harvest Food Drive is going on, which we do every fourth Wednesday of the month, where Mr. John Keener can almost always be seen also distributing food. And another great opportunity for anybody interested in donating a little time and helping a family in need. So thank you very much, and you have a great night.
Thank you very much. Marcia Settle, did I say that correctly? Settle, okay.
I'll mispronounce your last name. I'm here tonight on behalf of the Pedro Point Community Association, and I'm here to invite the City Council, the staff, and residents of Pacifica to a party at the Firehouse. We are on Sunday, May 1st from 2 to 5, and the Firehouse is at 1227 Danman, for those who haven't been there. Due to the wonderful support of the Pedro Point community and the fiscal sponsorship of Pacificans Care, we were finally able to renovate the bathrooms at the Firehouse. And not only does the plumbing now work, but the bathrooms are now ADA compliant, so that this wonderful building can really be available to everyone in the community. Over 100 households on the Point contributed funds to this project, as well as countless others contributing their labor. So this has really been such a wonderful, given us all who live there, a wonderful feeling that we really are a community who cares. So please stop by. We will have cake. Hopefully Mayor DeGree will be there around 3 o'clock to cut her symbolic ribbon. We haven't quite figured out how we can ribbon it and still use the bathrooms. And we who live on the Point feel very honored to own a piece of Pacifica history, and we look forward to sharing it with you all. And I have some flyers for the party.
Thank you for saving that. I don't have any more cards for orals. Does anybody else have anything to say? Just come on up and then turn in an yellow card, please. It looks like Dan Stedgick.
Thanks for hearing me again, council members. I did turn in a yellow card. It's probably on its way up there. If not, I'm going to draw your attention to page 3 of this packet of papers that I gave you a couple minutes ago. It's from page 36 of the June 22nd operating budget. The pension funds on there, police, fire, miscellaneous, for 2016-2017 were scheduled to be $2.7 million. That would be our payment this year. 2.7. I've been asking for about 60 days, how much are we paying every year in interest on our pension obligations? So we know as of June 22nd, with $20 million of pension obligations, we were paying $2.7 million. It looks like there's a restructuring that we're doing here. Under the now, it says restructured, like a restructured option, which essentially it lowers our payment now and increases our payments later. It's kind of kicking the can down the road here. If we had $2.7 million a year for $20 million of pension obligations, when we add another $28 million of pension obligations, which we did this year, it's likely that we're going to at least double those $5.6 million. I know we've got a CPA leaving this month who's been extremely involved in both the CAFR and all the financial reports. And just in the interest of not losing any institutional memory or something, trying to get some handle on how much we're paying every year in interest on our pension obligations is just sound financial sense, you know. We can't, it's hard to pass a budget. It's hard to know how much money we owe next year. It's the idea that we have no idea how much we're paying is just, it's really just unacceptable. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else for orals? Seeing none, we will bring it back to, we'll close oral communications and bring it back to council communications. And after council communications, we have staff communications. There are no public hearings, and we have consideration. We start with the 2016-17 proposed general fund budget, and that's it. Okay, I don't see any lights. Oh, Councilwoman Urban?
I'll start us off. I wanted to start off by just apologizing. I know I wasn't at the last council meeting, and I did just want to extend my congratulations to those people. We went through a lot of selections for committee and commission members at the last meeting. In fact, I think it was something like 18 interviews we sat through, and we had quite a number of selections. And I just wanted to congratulate those people that were selected and thank them for the time that they will be or currently are contributing to the city. It takes a great deal of time and energy and commitment, and I'm really appreciative, as well as appreciative to those people that are continuing after doing so for the last 3 or 4 years. And I'd also like to send a shout out to Sue Vaterlos from the Planning Commission. I think she did a stellar job, and she provided a lot of diversity to the commission, and she also had a great and a very respectable attendance record and was fair and balanced. And I really want to thank her for the time that she contributed to the Planning Commission, and as well as everybody else, all the new people, Tony Boykin, Jack Behringer, all of the people that are new and are continuing to serve. It really is a great deal of dedication, and I, again, appreciate it very, very much. And then also, I'd just like to say I attended the Economic Development Committee meeting, and I am really, really impressed with that group. It's very committed to its job, and it's doing a lot of work on designing web pages, figuring out how branding of Pacifica and what is the best thing going forward, working on Palmetto's streetscape and really integrating the community in Palmetto with what's going on there. And it's really exciting work, and I'm very, very impressed at their commitment and their dedication, and they're providing a lot of work to our city that would otherwise not be able to get done. So I appreciate everything that they're doing. Let's see, what else? I want to welcome Patrick Sayers. He's the new director of the Pacifica School Volunteers, and a wonderful new addition. And I know the Pacifica School Volunteers was just very much involved selling their chili at the Earth Day EcoFest, and it was a great event to really get people to know what's going on with the school volunteers. And again, as always, please consider volunteering some time to the school volunteers. It's a wonderful and very much needed organization, nonprofit organization in the city serving our youth. And then I just really wanted to extend my gratitude to the Pacifica Beach Coalition and Lynn Adams for all the work they did. I saw many of you at the EcoFest this past Earth Day, and it really is it's grown to be such an incredibly important day. It really unites our community and brings us together in a way that is so special, and it's such a partnership. And I know there's so many different sponsors. I know the City of Pacifica does what it can to support the EcoFest, along with Recology of the Coast and the California Coastal Commission, the Pacifica Water Department, and, you know, my apologies for all those other people that sponsor that event, but it is so important, and it's an incredible amount of work that is done, and garbage that is picked up, and education that is taken care of. I think so much when I think about Earth Day. For many years, it was really a day of reflection. You know, we'd all think about how important our oceans are, but the Beach Coalition has really turned it into a day of action, where we get out there with the help of so many different people and beautify our community and do what we should be doing each and every day. So I think it is really important, and it was a great day to be out there, and I'm happy to be part of it. And that's it for now.
Thank you very much. Any other lights here? Councilman Kainer?
So I'll just echo Council Member Irvin's experience at EcoFest. It's a great event, and Lynn Adams and the Pacifica Beach Coalition are to be congratulated for another fantastic year. I also attended the senior services dinner. This was a dinner that that they put on for the volunteers at the senior center, and they have members of the city council and the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Commission and so on serve them, along with actual professional staff serves them too, which really takes the heat off of us. But that was a very, very nice time. We also, I saw Mayor Degree and Councilwoman Nyhart there as well. I attended the Peninsula Clean Energy Board meeting a week and a half ago. Peninsula Clean Energy, as you've heard me rattle on about it before, in October, it will begin supplying power to all over San Mateo County. And the idea is that it will supply more renewable power at slightly lower costs than what you pay PG&E. PG&E will still transmit the power through their power lines and send you the bill, so that the experience for the user won't change. And finally, just today I attended the Congestion Management and Environmental Quality meeting along with Council Member or Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, and we mostly heard informational presentations today about several programs that will and do provide money for us to pave our streets and fill our potholes and so on like that. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilmember O'Neill. No? No. Okay, couple things. So I did attend, oh, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Nyhart, sorry.
It's okay, go ahead.
No, that's all right. I get to go last, lucky me.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank you for bringing up the EcoFest. Actually, I hated missing it because I was in Santa Fe, and you think of a city like Santa Fe being very environmentally friendly and very active, and they had a very small recognition compared to what we do here on the coast. So I was pretty sad to have missed it. I would like to congratulate all the people that were recognized at the Senior Volunteers dinner. It was an honor to serve dinner, and it was an honor to be there. So I thank all of them for everything that they have done. I also wanted to thank Sue Vaterlos for her service on the Planning Commission, because she had the best attendance record of the lot, but more than that, she did provide the female voice, which was an important part of our city, and it's kind of unusual to have an all-male commission again, but so there we go. With that, I do want to talk a little bit about the fact that there are a lot of decisions coming up in the legislature in the not-too-distant future related to some of the things that Councilmember Keener happened to mention. The Congestion Management Agency Committee is actually part of the City and County Association of Governments, and we look at all that legislative issue very closely because it's our funding for not just transportation, but housing and looking at the way that we manage our resources county-wide. So we had an item that was related to that, and I think it's important that we continue to monitor those things. The other thing I wanted to ask, and I hope that the mayor is going to talk a bit about it, is the meetings that have been going on with the FAA issues for noise and noise abatement, because I've been keeping in touch myself, and I know Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill is very interested in this with Jackie Spears' office, so I'm anxious to hear about that and about General Assembly with the Association of Bay Area Governments and what's happening there.
Okay, so I have abbreviated my long list, believe it or not. We'll start with ABAG. I did attend ABAG, and I have to say that Millbrae, Councilwoman, myself, and planner from South San Francisco, we actually took public transportation, and we did not end up in Fremont, which was a little possibility. It went very well. Public transportation went very well. It was, as you had indicated before, these meetings can be rather, well, it was very, for anybody who had never been to one, and I've been to several, but I have heard Councilwoman Neihart speak about it, so I wasn't too surprised. There's a lot of tension, and most of it is over whether to join MTC, right? So that was definitely alive, and there was a majority of folks who were against, were even upset with the ABAG meeting that day because the plan was to just talk about a policy, and yet the following day for the executive committee, there was supposed to be the vote on whether or not to move forward. So the folks who were there were very upset about this, and I would say rightfully so. And they did commit, however, to another public meeting where, and ongoing also is input from all the cities, but there's a public meeting which I believe is May 19th. That needs to be confirmed. I didn't catch what happened on the following day, so I don't know if any of you have an update on that, but the feeling was that ABAG did not want to lose any of its local control for local communities, and I certainly sympathize with that, and that they're being very careful, and felt that the way it was written was really giving MTC the opportunity to be like Pac-Man, if you remember that. So I actually agreed with the sentiment, and I'm happy that nothing was to be done, nothing is to be done, and that there's more public and local control input, so all of you can speak up, and there will be another public meeting on the 19th. Rent stabilization did come up numerous times, and the interest was favorable that something needed to be done, but no action was taken on that either. Pretty much everything was policy, and it was all around the union of ABAG and potentially with MTC. Transportation, of course, was again mentioned numerous times as extremely important for everybody, for jobs and housing and everything else. On the radio, I heard today that 1 in 5 U.S. children are in poverty, which is extremely frightening. On to the airport. So the airport noise issue, and I heard today, and I don't understand really what it is, I tried to look it up, the FAA has undergone some changes. I'm not quite sure what that all means just yet, and whether or not that's going to really affect airport noise sensitivities. It didn't look like it for a first read, which is too bad. But airport noise, at the meeting that we had, the last airport meeting we had, the response from FAA was it's going to take about 2 years to do anything. So I think I already told you that. My response to that was I can't go back to my community and say that. So I have a group of local residents who are helping me that covered all areas of Pacifica, that are helping me put together a public update presentation, which will be on the 19th, and maybe I should change that if that ABAG thing is the same time. But anyway, that's the way it is. Which will be here, we'll probably just keep that one, at 7 o'clock. So we will update the community as to what we've learned and what we feel would be a good recourse for us, because I still agree that this is a health issue and cannot wait, certainly for 2 years, and hopefully not. So we're coming up with things to relate to you, for anybody who's not too clear on what's happening throughout other parts of the city, and some ideas. National Parkland today is the anniversary of the National Parkland, and we have some wonderful national parks here. I think we should write a proclamation of thanks for their service, which brings me to our local open space and Parkland Committee. You know, had changed our date so that we could have a listening session amongst our residents with representatives of the national park, and it was about the dog walking. I'm very proud of our community. They were very well-spoken, very polite, indicated very clearly that dogs and dog walking was very valuable to the community, and that they're predominantly folks that have a great respect and care for the environment, and would never do hesitate to make sure that people are respectful of both the dogs and the park. So the 3 park people there seemed impressed as well. There are only 3 out of how many park folks, but I'm sure that they will take that atmosphere that our community expressed, and that our Open Space and Parkland Committee members, all of our committee members were very well spoken on this, and came together with a letter which will be coming forth to council for approval. So I was very proud of everybody that evening. I think you already mentioned the Economic Development Committee. They will be meeting at Sanchez Art Center on May 10th, the next time. Okay, Earth Day was again awesome. I was able to go on the bus, and there was a lot of collaborative going on the bus. It's a bus that the Beach Coalition puts together, and Lynn comes on it, and we go all around the city of Pacifica, because service to the environment is wonderful at the beach and inward. And so we went and visited just some of the places, and the collaboration going on amongst the various agencies, county and state, was marvelous. And I found a kindred soul for Creeks, who knows about funding with Deborah Hurst. So that was an added excitement. So Earth Day, the weather was perfect, and the community, it was a great, it showed that Pacifica, because we care for our environment and because we're such a great community, that we are an asset definitely to the county and to the state. And we had state representatives from Kevin Mullen from the Assembly, and Jerry Hill from the Senate, and Barbara Boxer's office was, and so all those folks, so they get it, and they're very appreciative to our community. So I just want to extend that to our council and to our community. We have, as you know, our goals setting in our own city. Put that on your calendar. The month of May is coming, and we have that still for May 22nd, right?
No.
Or did we change that?
No, we're working on a new
we're
date.
working on it. Okay. But anyway, that's coming down the pipe. Today we were able, city manager Lori Tinfo and myself were able to be at the senior center and accompany Eileen on her route for Meals on Wheels. This is my 3rd time, and it was a wonderful experience. It was very, very inspiring to see the folks at home and how they do look forward to this, and what a nice, wonderful, healthy meal. And then to come back to share with the other seniors at the senior center and see how staff interacts with them. So you had a very healthy meal, our seniors enjoying one another's company, and having that extension to those who can no longer come by. And a shout out to Rudy Pukel, who's been a very, very valuable participant in our Veterans VFW, and to our school system, because he always promulgated the oratory every year, the contest for young people throughout, not just Pacifica, but all around, and that's still being carried on. And so we took the opportunity to thank him again for that. And I'll take the opportunity now to encourage all of you who are connected with students to really, it's a great opportunity, because you don't get speech teaching that much anymore. And these are great opportunities, and money is involved for the students. So this week, on the county level, the seniors are hearing about, and what is it? Can't remember the name. But anyway, as the Senior Disability and Disability Commission is having a presentation on transportation both tomorrow and on Thursday morning, so on 37th Avenue. So I'm hoping for some more good things to come from that. I think I covered everything now. Just again to Officer Sheedy, who saved us from a villain in town and who's still recovering. I want to send out our goodwill wishes to Officer Sheedy. Okay, I think that's it. And I don't know which one of you was first here. Go ahead.
I just wanted to, Julie Pierce, who's the chair, president, whatever you call it, of the Association of Bay Area Governments, will be at Council of Cities
this week?
This Friday.
Oh, okay.
So it's an opportunity for all of you to ask questions if you're interested.
It was a tough day for her.
Yeah, I sort of figured it would be. And the other thing, I understood that there were meetings going on with Jackie Spear and that you had attended them, and there was a second one?
Oh, yes, I did. Maybe you weren't here. I did mention that. We've had them and I've been in attendance, but pretty much what I already said is pretty much the same. Jackie's spirit is the same as always, is she doesn't want to just take it either, that there's only so much you can do and it's going to take that long. She's out of the box thinking, so.
Right, I just understood there was a second meeting. I was curious about that.
Yeah, we did have it, and I did mention it. Okay. I don't have anything more than that. That was the prime, for me, that was the highlight, was that our Congresswoman was willing to say, sorry,
right.
Not good enough. So, okay, Councilmember Keener?
Yeah, I just wanted to note that the next council meeting is on May 9th, and then on May 11th at 6 o'clock, we have a special council meeting to go over the budget.
Right.
And I wanted to make sure that that was known to the audience and the television audience. Thank you.
And that will be here at 6. I have that right.
Right.
Okay, all right, so we will close council communications, yes, and move on to staff communications, and after that, we have no public hearings, and we have one item under consideration, which is the proposed general fund budget.
Thank you, Mayor Degree. I just have a few comments or announcements. One, I wanted to thank you for including me in the Meals on Wheels visits today. That was a lot of fun. I'd never done that before, and I really enjoyed it, and thank you for making that happen and including me. The EcoFest this year, for the first time, the city had a booth, so it was number 4. The police department has had a booth there in previous years, as has the PBR department, and also the Clean Water Program, which is a joint program with wastewater and public works. So we were booth number 4. We had quite the presence, and we talked to lots of great people, and it was a lot of fun. I wanted to also highlight that the staff recognition event is this Thursday, and I've heard from some folks, some of you who'll be able to attend, and I appreciate that. But I thought I would just share with you we are also doing service milestones, so recognizing employees who have served 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, and on up years of service to Pacifica. And in looking at the totals, I was struck by a couple that I wanted to share with you, or a few that I wanted to share with you. We have 4 people who are being honored for 20 years of service. 1 person being honored for 25 years. 10 people being honored for 30 to 34 years. And 2 for 35 years or more here.
Wow.
That's remarkable.
Yes.
So I just thought I would share that with you. It's amazing, and the commitment that the staff have to the city, it's been really amazing. So I'm very happy that we're going to be bringing this event back. It's my understanding we haven't held these types of events for quite some time. I'm very pleased to be part of bringing that back. And last but not least, there's been some question about our pension obligation bonds, and that will be part of one of those budget presentations that you'll hear some more about. So I wanted to just reassure you that you'll have a chance to hear more about that very soon. Thank you.
Thank you for both of those very much, and congratulations to staff. I hope you have a great time. You deserve it. Okay, so there are no public hearings, and we are item 6 under consideration now. Proposed 2016-17 general fund budget, and the proposed action is accept the report and provide feedback and direction on the proposed 2016-17 general fund budget report and associated topics presented. And looks like we get to have a video or visual.
Mayor, I
Sure.
need a short break.
Good. Yes, we will. While we're setting up, we are going to take advantage of that and have a short break.
Ergonomic.
Cameraman, you're good? Okay. All right, who wants to start here, staff? Lorenzo?
Mayor DeGree, Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, honorable members of the Pacifica City Council, I'm your humble Assistant City Manager, Lorenzo Hines, and I am here to present to you the 2016-17 General Fund Budget, proposed budget. And so we're going to go through this slide presentation. So earlier this evening, you were handed some binders, and that is sort of the official budget binder. There are a number of tabs that contain all the sections of what the final budget will be, the adopted budget will be in when we finally get it done in June. Sue, do you want to sit down here? No. Okay.
You're going to fill this.
Yes, ma'am. And so right now, you have a table of contents, kind of letting you know what's going to come. Okay. You have a general fund summary. You have summary sheets from the different departments. You also have a fee schedule, and so those are the components that we're going to work on tonight, and then the other components will be coming as we go through this process, and we will lay out or roll out a calendar of things to come in this presentation. Okay.
Okay.
So let's roll into the new proposed budget. So the new proposed budget is $30.7 million. Our amended budget was $28.981 million, and our adopted budget for 15-16 was $28.751. All of the 2016-17 budget includes a few changes, and those changes we're going to talk about some of those changes tonight. Themes used in our budget development, these should be very familiar to you because they are consistent themes that we've used in the last 3 budgets. Cost recovery, and that we are aggressively pursuing our recovering our costs. We're making sure that our annual expenses are less than or equal to our annual revenues. We're using one-time money for one-time expenses. We're trying to be as transparent as we can. And for instance, the long-term financial plan, we laid out a number of assumptions, and that was clear for everyone. And we also have the 16-17 budget document, which will, in its final form, we believe will be a very transparent document. And this process itself will be as transparent as we can make it. Our timeline, tonight we're going to talk about the 16-17 general fund budget. We're going to do department presentations. We're actually going to try to get through most of the presentations tonight. time willing. We're going to talk a bit about the 2016-17 fees and charges. May 11th, as Councilman Keener pointed out earlier, we will have a budget study session where we will continue any department presentations and speak to any issues that are pertinent to the 16-17 budget. May 23rd, we're going to bring back the other funds. As you know, the general fund is just one of about 26 funds, and we'll be bringing back the other funds, actually 27 funds now. We'll bring back the other funds to you on May 23rd and have a presentation on those. We'll also be discussing the wastewater treatment operations budget at that time. We'll be presenting the capital budget for 2016-17, and we'll also have our public hearing to finalize the fees and charges. June 8th, we'll come back with another budget study session where we'll have department presentations or any discussion on any budget-related issue. June 13th, 2016-17, we'll do the final presentation for the annual operating budget, and we'll also provide a resolution establishing the appropriation limit for 2016-17. This is a technical thing that we have to do because of state requirements. June 27th, we hope that we'll see the adoption of the operating budget, and we also hope to see the adoption of the 2016-17 sewer charges, which fund our wastewater treatment operations. So the budget, we're recommending a budget of $30.7 million. Our revenues, we're looking at increased tax revenues due to a positive economy, so that trend continues. We have been fortunate over the past 2 or 3 years that trend continues. We also have built in items into the budget that reflect robust development activities. You will notice that the planning budget contains $930,000 in additional revenues related to development activities anticipated to occur during 2016-17. We're also looking at other small increases in department program revenues to reflect cost recovery measures. We're continuing our policy of excluding the excess ERAF from the general fund budget, so the ERAF funds are kept in Fund 30, a separate fund. Our transfers in from Fund 34 to support our pension obligation bond repayments will be coming in at, scheduled to come in at $794,000 during 16-17, and we have an increase in various fees and charges as well. On the expenditure side, we have some changes. Again, we're recommending a budget of $30.7 million. In the general government area, we have a couple of new positions, actually not a couple, but a total of 1 new position. On the public, we're looking at adding an administrative assistant to the finance division and a human resources manager. We'll talk more about that when we get to general government. Public works, we're looking at converting 2 of our maintenance worker positions into maintenance worker 2 positions. And also we're looking at changing the organizational structure in public works as well. And planning, as I noted earlier, we had built in $930,000 in revenues. We're also on the expenditure side building in $930,000 in expenditure authority for planning as well. So that $930 is expected to be totally reimbursable by outside entities. Okay. Our benefit costs are also projected to increase, and we'll move on to the next slide. So here we have a nice pie chart laying out our budget. $30,711,000. As you can see, property taxes is a big contributor. We've got our department program revenue coming in. Actually, it's first. But I just wanted to highlight those 2 slices because as those 2 slices go, so goes our fortunes. So they are definitely sort of harbingers of our fate into the future. The other addition this year is the transient occupancy tax you see in the upper right-hand or upper left-hand corner there, because our hoteliers are doing better and better, and that revenue is becoming more and more prominent in our stream. On the expenditure side, as you can see, public safety, and we do love public safety. And I'm just saying that because they're sitting next to me here. But as you see, public safety takes roughly 50% of our budget, and all of the other department functions sort of share in the rest. So the relationships as far as expenditures and revenues for this budget are not dissimilar to prior budgets. There are no sort of earth-shattering changes. So let's talk about general government. So we strive to manage and support the overall guidance of the city operations with the highest integrity, greatest efficiency, and the most robust responsiveness possible. Generally, general government combines the services of the activities of the City Council, City Manager's Office, City Attorney's Office, Economic Development, the City Clerk, and all of our administrative functions. Within the general government budget for the 16-17 year, we are proposing to add a 0.5 administrative assistant to process more than 2,100 business licenses annually. Currently, we have someone who is performing this function. This person is paid out of our temporary help budget line items, and the fact that this person has consistently been there over the years and has really become necessary, because that's a fair amount of licenses for us to process, and to process accurately and timely. We thought it was about time that we converted that temporary help line items into some permanent help, and finally concede that we need to have that half a position. The other position that we're going to add is a 0.5 human resources manager to plan, direct, organize, and coordinate the human resources division within the administrative services function. And as it states, we are our HR function right now consists of one analyst and the time that I have to spare. And so we have to do that for somewhere between 157 or 158 individuals, full-time employees, and we also have, at least this year, projected to have about 132 part-time folks. So that's a fair number of folks for one analyst, myself, to manage. So we want to bring on some additional help and provide perhaps a different level of resources, because we would expect an HR manager to have a deeper well of experiences and knowledge about the business of human resources. The budget for general government comes in at a little over $4 million. It actually went down from last year, and again, it's just some realignment of some expenses that we've taken care of for this particular year. But that's the general government budget. Okay? Oh. Okay. All right. All right. Next, we have the Pacifica Police Department. Chief Dan Steidel is here with me, and we're going to talk a little bit about the Pacifica PD, and I'm going to turn it over to the chief.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members, and staff. I am Dan Steidel, your chief of police. I begin the presentation tonight to proudly proclaim our mission statement, as I always try to do on occasions like this, just to remind you that it is our mission at the Pacifica Police Department to protect and serve the members of our community with the highest level of commitment, ethics, and professionalism. And we do so within two divisions of the police department. First, the Field Services Division. This is a division that's most commonly seen by our community members. These are the men and women in blue that are out on the patrol cars, responding to calls for service, deterring crime, and trying to make our roadways safer in Pacifica. Taking a look at the next slide at some of our highlights from the 2015-16 fiscal year. Some of the things we set out to do, beginning with our mental health collaboration program. I know I've talked about this many times before you, and we've beginning to see measured success at this point. A good example of our successes is a case this fiscal year wherein we intervened with a mentally ill individual who was showing some signs of being ill. His neighbors were calling the police frequently about him, but he knew exactly what he needed to say to keep the police from intervening too much. We became concerned about that, and we elicited the use of our countywide PERT team, which is our psychiatric emergency response team, which was developed as a result of our collaboration a couple of years ago. And in that case, we brought out a clinician with us. We went to this gentleman's house, spoke to him, and we found out that he was carrying a replica firearm around with him. Very realistic looking gun. It was part of the illness. He felt he needed to protect himself. I'm sure you can imagine what would have occurred had he come into contact with a police officer and displayed that replica firearm, which looked very real. So this is one of the instances we can say that we have some very measured success that we're very proud of. We talked about we were going to be engaging our public further on social media, and we've done that at the police department. We focused on engaging the community to be part of our community solutions and helping us deal with crime and quality of life issues rather than using the platform simply to display information for people to read. We found that how we write what we want to post and what we decide to post has a big influence on the community, and we're finding that people are responding to us, calling us, they're writing us emails, and they're giving us positive feedback on our postings, not only by those venues but also on the social media platforms. So we're continuing to educate ourselves to better use those social media venues to communicate and engage our community. We have some growth this year in our emergency preparedness department. As you know, Captain Joe Spanheimer has been our emergency manager for years. He's in the process of turning that over to Captain Christopher Clements. We have well over 100 CERT volunteers trained after this last class that Captain Spanheimer completed. Several of those CERT members have become what seems like almost full-time police department volunteers, and they decided they wanted to come back to our department. They wanted to help us with other functions, and one of the ones we recently brought on is an emergency management volunteer who helps Joe and Chris on a part-time basis managing the emergency management program in the city, and again, does it for free. So we're very happy with that volunteer program. Looking ahead to 2016, 2017, what we see coming, again, as I promised you when I took this office, more community engagement. We can't get enough of it. Looking for new ways to use social media to engage our community members. We're looking right now at a potential venue to have a electronic neighborhood watch program, a virtual neighborhood watch program, if you will. We've integrated into our community engagement this year, the Coffee with the Cop program. Now that's a program that many departments use on an informal level, and we decided we wanted to take it to a formal level because there's a science behind it. There's a philosophy behind it about how you engage the community in that setting without turning it into a political discussion, without making speeches, just simply sitting down with the community, the officers who work those beats in the coffee shop, and have communications with them, engaging the citizens as they walk into the coffee shop, let them know who we are, what we're doing, have a seat, the coffee's on us. We did one a couple of weeks ago, our very first one at the Starbucks at Lindemar Center, and it was a great success. The most frequent question that came from everybody during that interaction was, when are you going to do the next one? And the next one's coming up. And again, finally, finding new ways for our line level staff to engage the community. The community sees the chief out speaking, sees the captains out speaking. I want to see our officers out there speaking, getting out of their cars and communicating more with our citizens. They do a great job with it now. what we're looking for is some more formal interactions structured to make it more of a successful program. Also in 2016, 2017, we have some grants coming up. We've applied for a $45,000 grant with the California Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control. And you may recall some of the grants we've administered in previous years with the idea or with the mission of keeping alcohol out of the hands of our youth. We're hoping for a positive outcome to our application. An $80,000 grant for with the California Office of Traffic Safety. That is a grant that will pay for some equipment and also pay for some overtime for officers to conduct DUI checkpoints and target some of the violations in our town that are most likely to cause collisions. And finally, the SLESA funding, we'll be talking about Fund 7 at a later date, but that's the state grant that will continue to pay for our 2 part-time community service officers as well as equipment for the department.
So the 2016-17 draft budget for the Pacifica PD shows an increase of about 3.5% over the amended budget of 2015-16. Most of that increase is driven by an increase in benefits related to PERS increases and related to labor contracts that we've signed over the past year. And next up is North County Fire. And let me first say that we had initially told Fire that they would be presenting at a later date. Chief Myers had sort of locked that time in, and we found that we actually had time tonight. Chief had a conflict, so I just wanted to just apologize to him for sort of changing the calendar at the last minute. But luckily, Deputy Chief Johnson is here to fill in, and we were happy that he could accommodate us. And so, Chief Johnson, we're happy you're here. I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Lorenzo. Excuse me. Madam Mayor, council members, on behalf of Chief Myers and the department, we'd like to present our mission statement for the year. Protect lives, property, and the environment from fire, accidents, medical emergencies, and disaster. And we do that through training, public education, fire prevention, and emergency response. Now, we have, these next few slides are basically our accomplishments and our goals for the year. They don't change much from year to year. We, on a monthly basis, send out to a random 50% of our emergency calls a customer survey form, which they can then send back to us anonymously or with a name. We have been able to maintain an over 95% positive response to that. And in fact, in the time we've been doing these for the last 10 years, we've only had 2 negative responses on this. One of them was a misunderstanding in that they thought something that the ambulance company had done was something we had done. And the other one was just a language barrier issue, which we were able to resolve. But any negative responses we get, we do try to address directly with those personnel. The next 5 items are all related to our response and our ability to contain fires. And the first one is to stop the progression of 90% of the fires or all medical emergencies beyond by arriving in a reflex time of 7 minutes for our first engine company. So that's the total time from the time the call is taken till the time the engine company arrives on scene. The next standard is 90% or greater to all structural fires with all of the response capability there within 11 minutes. So depending on the type of call you have from 1 to 7 apparatus responding. Our goal is to have all of those apparatus on scene in 11 minutes or less. And we have been able to do that throughout the year very efficiently throughout all our jurisdiction. Then the reliability of engine company responses is how many times we are able to respond with the first due engine company out of their district to an incident. And we've been able to maintain that at 90% or greater throughout the year, and we plan on doing that again next year. And then we hope to, and we have in the past, contained all our fires, structure fires, to an area of origin or the floor of origin. And we've been able to do that because we have down boundaries throughout the county, and we are able to apply a large volume of resources to structure fires very quickly. And that will come a little bit further on in the presentation, but we'll be able to do that over 90% of the time. We've been able to maintain that standard of containing our structure fires to the area of origin or the fire floor of origin. And then, considering that the Bay Area is one of the highest cost of living areas in the nation, we maintain a $32 per capita fire loss response, which is about half of the national average. So if you consider our value in this area, and then we're half of the national average, I think you can see that we've had very, very, very good results in maintaining those standards that we just spoke to. And as it says here, we do that by speed and weight. So the speed is how fast we can get there to an incident, and the weight is how fast we can get the adequate resources to the particular incident. So by putting a lot of resources up front, responding quickly, and stopping things at the beginning, we'll be able to maintain that $32 per capita. And then the next thing we do is really preventative, and that's to complete annual fire inspections for all our businesses and all our multi-family dwellings. And it's twofold. Number one, to maintain the safety of the business in which we inspect, but also to protect the adjacent businesses from damage and loss of revenue, and for the city, loss of our revenue too, but maintain our businesses are up and running and are doing so in a safe manner.
Thank you, Chief. So the general fund budget for North County Fire has gone up about 5.3% over the amended budget for 2015-16. That increase is driven mainly by salaries and benefits related to PERS increases or pension increases, also driven by a signed labor agreement. Now, if you recall, we signed a labor agreement with Fire, the bulk of their rank and file, in early 2015. So their contract has been in effect for a longer duration of time than some of the other contracts that we've just entered into. So in your binders, you will notice a gap, I believe pages 24 through 27. That is the planning budget. And so I've moved those slides to the back. Our planning director had a unavoidable conflict tonight, and so we will come back and do the presentation for planning either at the budget study session or the next full council meeting. Yes, ma'am.
Do you want us to wait till the very end to comment?
Well, we've always had a good interactive style here, so why don't we just talk now?
Well, before you go too far, I just wanted to comment on police. Can I do that?
Yes.
Because I know it's supposed to be questions and all that stuff, but I just want to tell you that I have an opportunity in my current role to talk a lot about police and mental health. And you've given me new exemplars tonight. That's all I can say. It's been a complete transformation in the department, starting with your predecessor, and you have continued it, and it excels and taken it to the next level. And I just want to thank you, because what you're talking about, the level of interaction with a clinician and the involvement in understanding of what could appear to be a weapon in the environment it's over the top in terms of safety and caring and compassion and everything else that I would want in the community I live in. So thank you.
Well, thank you for that comment, Councilmember Neidhart. It means a lot to us.
Now, Go ahead.
We believe it's the right way to do policing in the community. We believe it's the right way to help and help our community members, and we're proud to be part of it.
Great. If you need anything else in terms of county support, we'll make it happen. All right. And of course, we love fire too, but I just had to say that.
Thank you.
You have a question?
Yeah.
Okay.
So I know that the city is big on cost recovery, but the police department, I think, is exemplary in the fact that they don't try to recover costs. Their cost recovery is 3.5%. Last year, that's in this budget, and in this year's budget now, it's 3.4%. I think that's just exemplary, and I'm proud to live in a city that doesn't fund itself with the police department. So, thank you for that.
Councilwoman Irvin?
I just want to add my kudos to both public safety departments. You guys just do a phenomenal job, and I think it's so important at this day and age when we see a lot of conflict between the public and the police departments, that you are reaching out in the way you are, and I think you are going about this. You're doing everything right, and to put a face on these men in uniform and to reach out to younger people. I've always been highly I've admired the job you've done so much in terms of working within the schools so they get to know you. And I did want to ask you, I know it's a little off subject, but just about the resource officer that they had at one time in the school. I really think that's valuable, and I was wondering how that's currently going today.
Well, when we lost that position, that resource officer position,
right.
it was actually 2 chiefs ago, Chief Saunders, that implemented the program, which we continue today, wherein our beat officers, our officers that work the different areas of town, on day shift when schools are in session, each officer is assigned a primary and secondary schools that they check on. We prefer they check on them on a daily basis. However, sometimes it only turns out to be a couple times a week depending on the call load. That officer that's assigned to that school is responsible for going in, checking in with the staff, checking in with the principal, finding out what the issues are and what the police can do to help. Oftentimes I've gone in to the schools to check up on to see how well the officers are interacting, and when I show up, the principal will talk about how the officer, whoever their officer is, often comes and checks with them for a little bit, but then leaves to go out to play basketball with the kids or whatever they have to do. So that's how we're managing that program right now. We're keeping, in an ideal world, we would have a couple of people that did nothing but go into our schools, but that's not fiscally available to us right now. Right. So we do put those beat officers into the schools almost on a daily basis to keep in contact, to keep that communication and engagement going.
Yeah, it's amazing to hear that you're making it work in the capacity that you can, and it sounds like it's very highly successful. And again, I think it's so important to interact with our youth and our community the way that you're doing. So I really want to commend the group for that, as well as I noticed as well that the cost recovery in the public safety groups that's not the intent of a public safety group. We pay taxes, and we do what we need to do for the citizens of our community. It's quite different than a planning or a PB&R organization. So doing a beautiful job there as well, I think.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Nyhart.
Yeah, I just wanted to add one more thing, and not to bring up a very challenging time, but it's sort of worth it in the sense of we did a whole analysis in the past of contracting out and looking at the police and all of that stuff, and And this, what you're doing right now, is exactly the part that we couldn't put into numbers, and that you have, your department, all the officers have worked together to rise to the occasion in a way that we anticipated would never happen with somebody that wasn't committed to the town in the way that our department is. And I really appreciate that, because there is no cost to that. There isn't anything that we could possibly recover in the same way. So thank you once again.
Thank you for that.
Okay, and thank you. Yes, I don't think I need to remind the public that it's also, you're all at risk. I can't forget the young female officer that was injured dealing with a bad behaving individual, and a more present male officer who's still injured from stopping crime in our city. And that's it's a very sobering situation. Appreciate it. And it's also, I go to schools a lot. It's always a comfort to see a police car there. I don't start worrying like, uh-oh, do I need to run for cover? Is there a bomber around? I realize that there's some good interactions going on. So thank you very much. And for fire, fire's not here. Where'd he go? Okay. Well, that's all right. I worry about the weed situation. So I'm sure that's going to come up in planning. I was just wondering if you don't have to come up, but I'm looking for data, because you mentioned fires, neighboring fires, and keeping things from going to the neighboring. I still worry about weeds and how they may be
Defensible space.
Yeah, so, thank you. Are we ready to move forward?
Yes, we are ready.
Okay, thank you.
So I mentioned that we'll be doing the planning presentation at another time. So that brings us to the Department of Public Works, and Director Ocampo will be starting off the presentation to tell you a little bit about his department. Check.
Good evening once again, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Van Ocampo, Director of Public Works. The Department of Public Works is charged with the maintenance of city infrastructure, which includes your streets, your storm drain facilities, your street lights, traffic signals, parks and playfields, city trees, the benches, the Pacifica Municipal Pier, the promenade, city buildings, outfalls, and just about everything that we own. The department is currently made up of two divisions: the engineering division, which is charged with or deals or handles the implementation of your capital improvement program, as well as any traffic-related issues, provides support to the planning department with regards to current development issues, and is a keeper of your city maps and other records. The Field Services Division maintains the city infrastructures, the ones that I had just mentioned, and is one of your first responders when it comes to handling storm-related issues. To highlight some of the successes or accomplishments that the department had for the current fiscal year 15-16, we always want to start with the successful completion or successful response to more than 150 storm-related assistance requests in connection with the 2016 El Nino storm. The number 150 calls, actually, if I were to compare that with other storms that we had, that's actually a lower number. And the reason why it's lower is because of the proactive measure that we have implemented prior to the onset of the El Nino. Our computers were all glued to the Doppler radars because that has become our best friend when we were handling these storms. Through the Doppler radars, we were able to predict when we should bring in folks to respond to these storms. And I just want to highlight one thing, that as of this date, there are no flooding claims received so far by the city, and that is because of our, like what I said, our proactive approach towards incoming storms. We have also completed the first phase of the Beach Boulevard seawall project, which I mentioned during my presentation, and demolition of the 320 Esplanade apartment building. During my presentation again earlier, I mentioned about the CalEMA projects that we have coming up our way, but during the storms of or emergencies of 2010, we had the project at 380 Esplanade where we rerouted the storm range outfall, and that was completed also this year. We successfully supported Caltrans towards the completion of the Route 1 San Pedro Creek Bridge Replacement Project. And if you notice, the creek is much wider now, and because of that, we're also able to help us with the flooding at Linamar. We also completed the pavement condition survey, which I did the presentation along with a consultant with you just a couple of meetings ago. Now, what is there to expect for the upcoming year? Well, first, we have the commencement of the construction of the Palmetto Streetscape project. That's a long-awaited project, and come this October, when the funds become available from OBAG, we're looking at advertising that project already. And then the repair of the damages brought about by the recent El Nino. As most of you know, this is unexpected, but we have to handle them because these are emergency projects. Otherwise, the state may not, may pull their funding for these. So obviously, that's priority projects for us. We will also start working and continue to work on the completion of the design of the Milagro on-ramp. If you would recall, the city approved a contract with Wilsie Ham to complete the in-depth design for us to present to Caltrans, and we had that completed, and we met with Caltrans. We have feedback from some of the offices or divisions within Caltrans, and what we're going to do is hash those comments out. Unfortunately, because of budget constraints, we don't have any paving projects for this coming year. With that, I'd like to turn over the mic to Assistant City Manager Hines because of the personnel changes being proposed within the department.
So within the Department of Public Works, the 16-17 budget proposes to reclassify 2.0 Maintenance Worker 1 positions to Maintenance Worker 2. Currently, Public Works has 8 Maintenance Worker 1 positions, and there was a time when we had a Maintenance Worker 2. It provided sort of a ladder of a promotional ladder for the men doing the work. However, because of budget issues in the past, that Maintenance Worker 2 was taken away. So what we are proposing is to add back 2 Maintenance Worker 2 positions, and to at least provide a promotional ladder for the men and women who work in Public Works, and also to promote succession planning as well. Yes, ma'am.
Just ask a question. So, budgetarily, what does that?
But budgetarily, it means $3,000 to the general fund and another $3,000 to one of the special funds. So we're actually not asking for any additional appropriation in the base appropriation for Public Works because those small dollars should be able to be found in a $2.6 million budget.
Right.
Yeah.
And instead, what it'll do is add a laddering effect.
Yes.
So that there's more opportunity for growth.
You got it. And it also provides a ladder of succession, because as we have members of our team that decide it's time to move on to the next phase of their career, i.e. retirement, we've got folks waiting in the wings who can now step into those shoes.
it really is one of the problems with having such a small workforce.
Yes.
Because you don't have the opportunity to build depth in your bench. I get it, as a manager.
And the maintenance worker 2 classification is the first supervisorial classification. The next change in Public Works has to do with a change in their organizational structure. And this change, essentially we are looking to consolidate wastewater operations or the wastewater treatment plant operations into Public Works as, well, not necessarily into, but they'll fall under the umbrella of Public Works. And we'll get into that in a second. As part of this, we're going to add 1 full-time equivalent deputy director for Public Works field services. We're going to convert 1.0 wastewater director positions to a deputy director position for wastewater operations, and we have charts to kind of break this down. We're going to split the Public Works director's time to 0.5 to Public Works and 0.5 to wastewater division. And we're going to add 1.1 senior engineer to the wastewater division. And so what we have here, the next slide here is, this is the structure, the former structure, where you had a Public Works director, and then you had a deputy director for Public Works, and you had a deputy director for wastewater. This was the structure in the past here in the city. And as far as, and then we moved to the wastewater director, and so the wastewater director at that point had a plant operator, collection system superintendent, and the various other positions, and an engineer. At the time that our former wastewater director was here, he was also acting as the plant operator, and the engineer at that time was also acting as the assistant superintendent of the plant as well. And so both of those positions sort of straddled where they are in the org chart with the plant operation side of things.
Can I ask a question?
Yes, ma'am.
So how long ago was it set in place where the Public Works Director was in charge of the wastewater treatment plant?
It was in 2007, at the time that we had this type of structure.
Okay, and then it transitioned to how it currently exists now?
Yes,
for the
correct.
last 5 years or so?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and can I ask one other question regarding this? Is there precedence for this, to have a Public Works Director running, overseeing the wastewater treatment plant? Is that commonly done in cities, or is it more commonly a common occurrence to have a wastewater treatment director run?
I'm happy to take that question. It is more common to have wastewater be part of Public Works, and in fact, it's uncommon to have the structure that we've had in place for the past few years.
Okay.
We did look at other cities that have wastewater operations, and that's what we've discovered.
So most cities have a Public Works director overseeing the wastewater treatment plant and Public Works.
That's correct.
Similarly to how you're recommending it being changed.
That's exactly right, yes.
In part, with all the construction that's needed in wastewater, I mean, we have a lot of construction project pieces that are needed and pipe to be redone, and you end up involved in that anyway, right?
That is correct.
That's what I thought. Okay.
I have one more question, and I think this is just a concern, and I'm just going to bring it up, but there's been talk about intermingling of funds from Public Works to wastewater treatment plant. Does this formation provide any more likelihood of funds from wastewater treatment plant being used for Public Works? Is there any, I know we have put, policies in place to prevent that, but I just want to ask that question.
The wastewater treatment plant, even though as proposed, will kind of fall under the umbrella of Public Works. They will still be, their operations will still be funded by the Enterprise Fund, Fund 18. And so the rules around maintaining an enterprise fund are pretty strict. So, I mean, they are essentially their own businesses. So they're really not there for the general fund to just sort of borrow or take without there being some formal agreement.
That was true previously also.
Mm-hmm.
That's always been the case, and they will remain separate.
Yes.
Thank you.
And so when we bring back the other funds on May 23rd, you'll get a report on Fund 18 and Fund 34, which support wastewater treatment. So this is the structure. Yes.
I have questions, or go ahead.
Yeah. So, as I understand it, this plan will generate 2.5 new FTEs, employees, full-time equivalents in wastewater, one of which is already budgeted this year, but I'm counting that as new, and half of one in Public Works, right? So that's 3 total.
Actually, in the next couple of slides, I'm going to show you how it's going to look.
Okay.
Okay. And then we can talk more then. But yeah, just permit me to show you where we're going.
We have a question also from Mayor Pro Tem.
Can you please explain to me why this structure is better to accomplish the capital building projects versus the existing structure? Because it is a additional cost. I added up about $330,000, and I want to see why is this structure better than the existing structure?
That should go to the city manager.
Well, it can go to them or the city manager. I don't care.
Well, maybe I could fill in some of the information. So the structure on the slide before you, as Assistant City Manager mentioned, the wastewater director was filling that role and also filling the plant operator role. And along the same lines, the engineer was also filling the assistant superintendent of the plant role. And this was the structure basically when I arrived. And I'm sort of filling in the gaps for why we had 2 people doing 4 jobs. And I think it had to do with budget savings. But it's not really a structure that can be successful for the long term. And that's exactly what's occurred. The engineer in this structure has been primarily responsible for the construction projects with assistance from the other staff members and also working with Public Works to some degree. But the reality is that we haven't been able to move forward the construction projects as part of the cease and desist order as quickly as we needed to and as we do need to now. And so the assistant superintendent of the plant position now is filled and the engineer position is vacant. And as we know, the wastewater director retired. We have filled the plant operator. We did that this year. But we have some vacancies and we have some restructuring that's necessary to get after the CDO, the cease and desist order requirements. And so, Lorenzo, perhaps you can go to the next slide. So this just restates the plan is to go toward having Public Works Director oversee Public Works and wastewater and create deputy director positions. And then to the next one, please. And so this is what a comparable structure would look like. The deputy director of wastewater, which would be new and would replace the director, would oversee the plant manager, the assistant superintendent of the plant. We would hire a new engineer. And then on the right side, the collection system superintendent is in place, as is the assistant superintendent of collections. So this structure gives us an engineer in wastewater who can then work with Public Works and with wastewater staff, because we need both, to make those projects come together. Hope that helps.
Yeah. First of all, the plant manager, is that position currently occupied or not?
It is not as of now.
Okay.
We did have someone in that position.
I thought that's what the case, it was, but is not now.
That's correct.
Right. All right. And the other thing is, regarding the equalization basin. And you mentioned that that the major construction projects for the cease and desist order are lagging behind what we would like to see. And with regard to that, I have always been mystified as to why we changed the engineering consulting firm. We had a firm, we had a design, and then we dumped it and got another firm and got a different design. Why did we do that? It seems to me that that is a major cause of the delays in our response to the cease and desist orders.
That question is best answered by wastewater staff, and the interim director, Lori Gervin, is here. She could probably take a stab at that.
Okay.
And provide some explanation.
Yes, Honorable Mayor and members of the council, I'm Lori Gervin, the interim wastewater director. The city had an engineering firm who helped us do an assessment of the collection system and determine what was needed and recommend the construction of the equalization basin. So they were basically doing the study and the recommendations. From there, we moved on to design, and that's when another RFP and another firm was hired to actually do the design portion for the equalization basin. It's moving along pretty well on schedule. I mean, we're doing pretty well on that project, and the engineering firm is doing a good job keeping on schedule with the design.
Different set of services, is that what we're hearing you say?
I'm sorry?
It's a different set of services
that
this new firm is providing?
Right.
Boy, that doesn't jive with my recollection of what we were told. It seemed to me that we had an engineering firm, the engineering firm number one, had a design and presented it to us. It was, it was a circular design, and they had everything calculated out, including supposedly how earthquake-proof it would be, and so on. And then, this second firm came along, and they said they favored a square design, but they weren't sure yet, and they would get back to us. And that was the last I heard.
Right. RMC is the firm who did the study and recommended the basin. They did a conceptual design, just a very early stage of sizing what the basin would be and suggesting a recommended shape. It was recommended circular at that time. And then as part of the RFP process, the firms come in, and part of that process is for them to provide their ideas and thoughts about the best way to accomplish the project. So during that process, there were some other ideas that were brought forward, and indeed, the city felt that there were some other options that seemed that they would work better for the EQ basin than the original round concept. So that's how that proceeded when we moved forward with the design contract.
Okay. But you say that we're basically on schedule with this.
Essentially, it's moving forward, and we anticipate it will be completed approximately 6 months before the deadline.
And the deadline is the first of the year in 2019, or?
Right.
Yes, January of 2019.
2019, yes.
Yeah, okay, great. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Nyhart?
Well, I had a different recollection, so I'm glad you clarified and went back to the difference between the study and its assessment and actually going out for bid. On the other hand, I had a lot of feelings about this sort of separate, and I'm just want you to speak to the difficulties, or maybe there's none, but I can't imagine it because I know I've tried to manage more things than I can handle. And if you're doing double duties in this chart, it's really hard to have leftover time for managing a contract. Am I correct?
Correct.
And the bottom line is, when you're, again, in this small a staff and you're called in to stay up all night to manage the plant, staying awake the next day to double check a project is probably not conducive to either the project or your health.
I would agree with that, yes.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I was on track with why we're adding the person. Okay.
Anybody else? Okay, thank you.
So this is our proposed structure. So the wastewater budget and accounting information will continue as a separate enterprise fund, as I mentioned earlier. The wastewater budget, Fund 18 and Fund 34, will be presented as part of the other funds budget when we come back to you on May 23rd. Budget impact for this particular proposal will be an increase in general fund budget of $80,000 and the wastewater budget of approximately $250,000. We believe this is the best way to accomplish the capital projects that are required to meet the cease and desist order. And as you know, the failure to meet those requirements could result in significant financial penalties. So we are taking these measures to make sure that we can abide by those timeframes.
Excuse me.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes, sir.
So the interim wastewater director just said that we were on track with the equalization basin.
Right.
Which I think is the primary requirement for the cease and desist order.
Right.
Correct? And that she anticipated it would be finished 6 months prior to the completion date. So,
yes.
So I don't get why, well, the disconnect between that statement and, the failure to meet the CDO requirements and so on.
There are a number of other projects as well as part of the CDO requirements. Two of them are the main replacement at Pedro Point and another part of Lindemar.
Yeah.
And my understanding is we should have been constructing those now. And we're still in the process of doing the design work. So that's another part of the projects. It's not a reflection, a negative reflection per se. It's just there's more to do than we have people to do it, and there's a special construction expertise required to make these projects go smoothly and have them turn out successfully. So in addition to the two big main projects and the EQ basin, then there's another, I don't know, $1 million to $2 million, if I remember correctly, of other projects related that are also scheduled to be done. So I'll defer also to Lori. She may have some more information about it.
Right, there are several other projects that need to be completed, and that was the study that RMC did that laid out the various projects that needed to be completed, of which the EQ basin is one, and the other main projects are also included. And then part of the overall CDO requirement is to essentially eliminate the sanitary sewer overflows. So that's what's really driving the schedule to get the projects completed.
Right. And these mains will help accomplish that?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Councilwoman Nyhart?
May I, before we go further, I wanted to address the councilman's.
Well, that's kind of what I'm asking.
Yes, ma'am, go ahead.
Because I want to ask you a few things just to put this in context, because I think over time, sometimes the whole thing gets kind of forgotten. And being a person who was in the room with the Regional Water Quality Control Board and their displeasure with us, I just want to remind everybody of that. Our basic problem, if I'm correct, is that we go from somewhere between 3 and 5 million gallons per day to sometimes, as we know, 20 or more, and our little release of partially treated, remember, we have to go to tertiary treatment, which is part of the creek and the creek restoration, and is a much higher standard than San Francisco has to do with dilution and those sorts of things in the ocean. So all of that said, we had a partially treated release because we had run for days running between one less tank. And the guys were doing instead of 5 sequencing batch reactors, we had 4. Each can run about 5 million gallons a day, but we couldn't quite do the 20 facing another storm. And you can't do that endlessly without us fixing the larger problems in our system. And you have to do a lot of line replacement to get that I&I under control. And we can't do that when we're running the plant the way we are with as few as staff as we are. Is that basically the synopsis?
Yes. Yes, we need to fix the collection system that brings the water to the plant.
We can do what's in the consent decree specifically, but we end up just barely managing. And that was a makeshift approach. When they see us as a bad operator, they want us to fix the problem.
Yes.
And that's the whole problem, not just meet the consent decree. Thank you.
Did you have something else you wanted to?
I don't need to say a thing now.
All right. All right. Thank you very much. Anybody else? All right, let's move forward.
All right. So wastewater's budget, their general fund budget is projected to rise 1.4%, and over the 15-16 amended budget. And most of those are driven by, there is an increase in there for the $80,000 for the new position. The other increases are driven by, again, labor contracts that affect salary and benefits.
On this, I just, looking at this, I was wondering about city parks and playfields. That went up kind of significantly, and I was wondering why.
And if I may respond to that, the reason for that is we are setting aside money, or we're budgeting money this year to install playground equipments.
Great.
Right, and that's the reason why there's an increase in substantial. We have already, because budget is tight, what we did was we bought the equipment this year with this year's money, and then next year we'll do the installation.
And what locations would that?
Barry Sparks, one which I think is Edgemar, Pomo. Wherever our current facilities are dilapidated or not functioning this many that we have.
Okay, and that's estimated to happen this year?
The coming fiscal year, the installation, we already bought the equipment, it's just installation, that's in, 60.
Okay, great.
Excuse me, what are you installing? I couldn't quite make that out.
When I say it's going to be done by contract, so we're going to have somebody install the equipments that we bought.
Playground.
Playground equipment.
Playground equipments, that's why it's in the parks and playfields section.
All right, so that is the Public Works budget. Any more questions for Public Works? All right, John?
I have.
Okay. I thought you had a question. No, okay, great. Now, up, we have Parks, Beaches, and Recreation. Director Michael Perez will be joining us and to talk about his fair department.
Good evening, council members. I'm Michael Perez. I'm the Director of Parks, Beaches, and Recreation, and our mission is to foster human development, promote health and wellness, strengthen safety and security by providing programs for children, youth, and adults to play and learn through positive recreational experiences. We have, really say we have 3 divisions, but I guess if we want to call support administration a division, then we kind of have 4. But essentially we have childcare, our recreation, senior services, and as was mentioned tonight, we have a lot of volunteers as well. It's a very healthy senior volunteer group as well as youth volunteers. So those are a lot of what we do. And when you look at about, more than probably 2/3 of what we do would probably fall under human and social services. Between all the things going on at the senior center and the services we provide there, as well as the child care and particularly the grant-funded subsidy child care programs. Oh, which one goes forward? To the right? Okay. All right. Okay. And speaking of volunteer programs, the Park and Rec Department, we continue to maintain strong volunteer programs, particularly for the youth and seniors, and we do this for the service and connection to the community and help deliver quality programs and activities as well as to provide for intergenerational opportunities. We have about 130 senior volunteers that provide about 1,300 hours, or excuse me, 13,000. That sounds more impressive, doesn't it? 13,000 hours, and with their work, they generate about $80,000 in revenue. And I know that it was mentioned that Mayor Degree and City Manager Tinfo were at the center today for Meals on Wheels. Actually talked to Supervisor Jim Lang today, and we had a very sort of a good example of how important the Meals on Wheels is and the volunteers are. We had someone that was at a home today and they were unable to get a response from the person inside. They called the center, they talked to a neighbor, we went down there with the file, police came, ambulance came, and the person was really they needed medical attention, ended up going in an ambulance, and that was started off with the volunteer connecting to our staff, and this client was very responsive to our staff. Doesn't want to listen to their family members, but if Ann, our coordinator, told her, then there's, yeah, okay, we'll do it. So, so far, we've had probably more of those than we care to admit, but they're definitely very helpful. And I know the council members that were at our volunteer dinner the other night got to see a lot of good examples of that, and Jim gave a great presentation for that. So moving along on our other end is we have close to about 100 youth volunteers that primarily in the summer, along with our seniors, and they do about 5,000 hours of work, and that's split up between our leaders in training, our youth advisory board, and our swimmer aides at the pool. Senior Services this past year, celebrated their 40th anniversary. They were the Grand Marshals in the parade at the Fog Fest. They created a new logo, which is up there, and it's increased the visibility and recognition of the center and its programs throughout the community. Senior Services staff have also seen an increase in our membership, volunteerism, and program participation across the board, and we attribute that to the outreach that they did at the Fog Fest for the first time this year. There was a booth that they had. The publication in the play brochure, we've incorporated a more expansive, the brochure's gotten a little bit bigger. We've been able to include more senior information in there, and it's been, for the past year, a little bit over a year, mailed to all Pacifica households. Also, if you are connected with us on Facebook, you'll probably see a lot of senior posts. So between our recreation and senior divisions, they do a really good job of getting that information out there. And also through our Meals on Wheels America National Purchasing Program, we secured some significant savings in food costs this year. As far as youth, recreation, and childcare, we've got after-school programs, summer camps, field trips, and the childcare programs that offer a wide variety of activities for the youth in our community. In particular, our Youth Advisory Board hosted its first annual high school fair, and there was over 115 7th and 8th grade youth attending to learn about various high school options. There were 17 private and public school booths in attendance, and the Youth Advisory Board members have also participated in all other things like Earth Day. They were just out on Saturday cleaning up in front of Winners, of all places. They participated in our coastal cleanup, they hosted a community movie night, and they volunteer across the board at a lot of our department events. In fact, they're coming to our commission meeting for a presentation this Wednesday night and kind of a meet and greet. So if you're not doing anything on Wednesday night, you want to come by, 6:30. And our community special events, we've got everything, Junior Olympics, our holiday activities, Fun Fest. They're all a great way for us to engage the community, and we feel that we're helping to keep them healthy, happy, and socially engaged. I want to mention Brink Pool. We've been maximizing our program capacity and usage to increase our cost recovery. And being surrounded by the water here in the Bay Area, whether it's the oceans or the bay, pools, rivers, learning how to swim proficiently could help save a life, and drowning being the leading cause of death for children 5 and under, and the second leading cause of death for children 6 to 12. Learning to swim is a necessary lifelong skill. Our swim team is averaging nearly 190 children on the team, and about 160 of them are very active with the program. Our all-access membership and water polo continue to be very popular, and swim lessons, again, a valuable service promoting water safety in a coastal community. This past year, we had an aquatics audit that was recommended by our insurance ABAG, and we received an above average overall rating for water safety, staff, equipment, pool area, mechanical room, and we also received an outstanding rating for lifeguard practical skills. So it's the first time we've ever had that done, so we were a little nervous about that. Our coordinator, who's been with us for about a little over a year and a half, is doing a fantastic job, and they should be commended for all their hard work, and they're really ready. So, and we're very excited about that. Next slide. Collaborative programming. We like to work with other people, and we like to work together. We are in the planning stages right now of designing a program to mainstream some Sunset Ridge special day class students with the City of Pacifica State Preschool program up there at Sunset Ridge. And we're working at doing that this year. It kind of came out of an idea. The district and us had some meetings about they wanted to do something at another site. It didn't work out. It was suggested that we kind of look at a site that we actually have a daycare at, and both our staff and theirs are very excited about the opportunity there. We also implemented a science action club to help make up for the loss of our STEM program. We had the STEM program 4 years in a row. We had the biggest chunk of money from that grant, and all last year they told us how great we were doing, collaborating, and really showing everybody how it's done, and then we didn't get the grant because they felt like maybe it was time for somebody else. So it was a little bittersweet, but we're hoping to continue to offer STEM-type programming, and we stumbled across a grant that provided some training, so we were able to use that training to implement some STEM programs in some of our other centers. So in terms of grant-funded programs, which is the second bullet up there, childcare, there's approximately $900,000 in local, county, state, and federal grant dollars that is used to offer quality, free, and reduced childcare for our programs for Pacifica youth and to support their families so that they can continue to afford to live in Pacifica. Our seniors get about $180,000 in intergovernmental Older American Act federal funding and county support and funding. In terms of communication, marketing, technology, we talked a little bit about it, but we're trying to catch up with everything that's out there. We've been utilizing Facebook for a while. We're pushing 1,800 followers or likes on our page, which is pretty good for area recreation department. We use constant contact to increase our communication and engage the public, various programs that we have, and kind of get the word out. And I know the city now has a constant contact, and we've been sort of sharing ideas and talking with the folks that are using it on both ends. And some staff just went to a training recently for that. Our play brochure is created in-house, and that's it right there, up there on the right, using Adobe InDesign, and it's delivered to every house in town. Class participation registration has increased as a result. Our recreation staff, our part-time staff, have started a staff-only Pinterest page so they can share ideas on art and projects. They also use Dropbox for schedules and something that's called Group Me. It's an app for texting as a staff team. And our aquatic staff are using a program or a sort of an application called When to Work, and that's a scheduling program just so we can be more efficient. We're finding a lot that the young people are really communicating in a lot of different ways, and we're trying to stay on top of that because we are probably the largest part-time employer in the city, and you can start a job as a lifeguard at 15. So we're trying to make sure that we capture all that, and being able to communicate with them and work with them and kind of capture that has been a challenge, but some new staff that we've come on has kind of turned us on to some new ideas. And then finally, staff development. We're placing a high priority on developing our staff, and I know the city is too. We were just talking about succession planning and public works. We're very interested in that too as well. We're trying to make conferences, trainings, workshops, classes available to our employees. Again, I think that's sort of a citywide thing, but we've been noticing that in our department. We really need to do that. We've had a 38% change in full-time staff since the last fiscal year, and if you add the year before that, it's about 48%. So training new employees and engaging the current ones is a very high priority for us in the Parks, Beaches, and Recreation Department. So that's the end of my slide. Lorenzo gets to talk now.
Quick question.
Sure.
I remember hearing in terms of your child care, you also have a program within the child care for teaching swimming to the kids, and it apparently gets kids that otherwise would never learn how to swim in the water and actually become members of your swim team and things. It's just such a great, anyway, if you can.
Right. Well, yeah, I can speak to that. We actually have been doing this for a while, and it even goes back before us, but we were able to fund with Roy Davies funds years ago to allow folks that are income eligible, like a subsidized family, most of them were our subsidized family, to use a certain amount of money towards swimming or a recreational type trip. And most of them do swimming. They can get about, for the amount of money we had per family is about, or per student was about 3 swim lessons. So there's 2 things there. In the beginning of the summer, we bring our preschools in to help train our swimmer aides, and we do kind of a free little thing with them because the preschoolers can't stand in the pool without help. So we get lots of swimmer aids in there, but then the next piece is to provide scholarships to those who can't afford to come out to the pool. And then of course, there are child care folks, so we are also providing the transportation to and from the pool. And we're still doing that now. And actually, currently, the reason why we're able to do it is thanks in large part to donations from Pacifica's Care. So they kind of were helping, and then when the Roy Davies funds dried up, the Pacifica's Care was right there to help us do that. So it's a great, valuable experience for the kids, again, who otherwise wouldn't get that chance.
You do so many things within PB&R, combination of, your volunteers and your senior services and your childcare and teaching swimming, and you really are incredibly resourceful with the amount of funds that you have, and I would just really like to send my appreciation for all that you do within all of these different contexts.
Thank you very much.
Anybody else? I do have a question about Roy Davis. How's that fund going?
Not very good.
Still?
Still not very good.
It was really good at one time.
I use the example, I need to pinpoint the year, but I think we got, that money came to us about 2007.
Yep.
It sounds about right.
Yep.
And when everything went in the tubes. Just before that, there was an actual month of interest that we received that was probably over $15,000 per month. And now, and Lorenzo's doesn't look super happy, but you know, it's like if we get $180 a month out of that now, it's amazing how terrible it is. And we don't even make enough money to set aside. On the positive end of that, we were able to pay for a lot of projects and leverage fund against other funding. We did a lot with that money that we had, and there was initial things, everything from the playground at Fairmont Park, which is the Roy Davies Playground, the roof on the community center, roof on the Fairmont Rec Center. We were able to get a new floor in the kitchen and leverage that against some CDBG money to get a loading zone for our Meals on Wheels volunteers. And it kind of goes on. There was a lot of projects. And when they got lower and lower, we actually used the funding to help support staff for special events and other things like that. So we're still hopeful that things will turn around. But we still have our principal in there, but the interest is not much.
All right, thank you for that update.
And just one more thing, I just want to point out, and it's kind of on the same line, but you have an 80% cost recovery, and yet at the same time, you're able to provide a lot of really amazing resources with, Meals on Wheels and all of the things you do. So again, I just want to say thank you, and I know you work, the department works very hard at trying to, have a good level of cost recovery and yet provide services to those that need it.
Thank you.
Where are we?
All right, so I wanted to just sort of wrap up PB&R. Their budget went up 5% over the amended budget, and roughly about $200,000, as Councilmember Irvin mentioned. The recovery rate is the highest amongst our departments at almost 80%. Also, I would like to make a correction and apologize to the council. The increase for the Public Works budget that I gave you of 1.4% was actually 14%. Lorenzo's been looking at the numbers too long, and so my apologies, and it's for...
What was that? I'm sorry.
That was for the Public Works increase.
Okay.
Over the amended budget, so my apologies. Yes, ma'am.
Through the mayor.
Sure.
One other, you actually do a lot of social service programs when you think about the grants and the senior programs and the outreach. And I was just, while you were talking, looking at some of the other city budgets and noticing sort of the paucity of social service programs. They tend to focus much more on the recreational end and let the county pick up the social service. Is that really how it's often done other places?
I think it depends a lot on the community and the makeup of the community. If it's a wealthier community, I think they're not going to be as eligible for those types of funding. Without thinking too much about it, I think, a community like, East Palo Alto or even Redwood City has a lot of programs available to them where they can get that type of funding. And some of my colleagues in other cities, they might have a senior program, for instance, but they're not, they're having one meal a week, or they don't get any funding for a Meals on Wheels or transportation program. But, that's more recreational based. They do have seniors that might, come in and do things, but maybe there's not a food program. There's, our Meals on Wheels transportation coordinator is really like a social worker.
Yeah.
It's a very specific job there. And the same with childcare, I think, depending on the funding. And our childcare went into it a long time ago for that and has a history with it. But obviously, if you don't have the population that is eligible for those funds, you're not going to get them.
Mike, in general, this is something that I've struggled with the county because of because of making sure that they're inclusive, it's not just all South County and Redwood City, and it tends to circulate most of the services around there. And as we did with mental health, we really drove the county to be more inclusive and reach out more. Do we need more of that from your perspective in terms of the services to your?
I would think that I want to say we could always do better, but I think that just seniors, for instance, we get the funding comes through the county, so we have that relationship with them. And in fact, one of the things that we hear from them is that they do Meals on Wheels too, home delivered meals, and they're reaching out everywhere. They don't need to come to Pacifica because we have that covered, so to speak. And we work with the county Department of Education. They're a pass-through agency for some of the child care funding that we receive as well. So, and they work closely with them when there's spaces available, neighboring cities, or we're trying to meet the needs of somebody and we need help with that, or somebody else needs help. So I would probably defer to my supervisors and say, but I don't know that we're not that bad off, I guess.
It's one of those things that we always struggle with, because we go to Progress Seminar and things like that, and we hear how wealthy San Mateo County is, and yet I just feel like some of the county services don't come over the hill. And if we keep providing them, they really don't come over the hill.
And I would say that's probably true, because there's so many more services the county has and they provide, but they're not everywhere. There's quite a,
It's the geographic isolation that sometimes keeps us. It's a hard one, because if you give up those services, then getting them to replace them is impossible too. So, keep going after those grants. Thank you.
We will.
I have a couple things, two things, but then also, don't we ask at this time how long we're going to stay? It's 10 o'clock right now, or do we wait until 10:30?
I think we've typically waited a little bit longer, but
Okay.
it's at your discretion, Mayor.
Well, I'll just wait till the normal time at 10:30 because, okay. So one thing I don't want an answer now because we are running late and stuff, but I would like to know more about inclusion for special needs youngsters, and you have something going on, I imagine it's with that private school that's on Lindamore property. Is that what you were referring to? New Leaf or New Life or something? Is that the one? No? Well, anyway.
Yeah.
No. So I don't need an answer now, but I would like to actually visit that. And recreation departments throughout the county have started to have inclusive or at least special needs activities. So I'd like to put that on burner again. And also, again, I don't need an answer now, but I would like to know a little bit more like what the folks came tonight to talk about. If we could relook at that and have that explained again, how that would not work or would work with the swimming thing. Because it concerns me that a lot of residents would have to go out of our city, or if not finding a place, have neither of those two programs.
I would also like to hear an explanation about that.
We can bring that back to you.
Okay, and so let's move on. It's 10 o'clock. We have a bit more to do yet.
All right, so that was essentially the general fund budget. And so, again, we will bring planning back at either the budget study session or at the May 23rd meeting. And we'll also be bringing back the other funds as well as other things at the May 23rd meeting. Just wanted to remind you that your binder, again, has empty slots in it right now, and we'll be filling those slots as we present that information to you all. So let's move to the slot that's in the very back of your binder, and it's the master fee schedule. And this is mainly an introduction just to kind of make sure everyone's clear on the format. But what we've tried to do here is separate each of the fees by the different department. So the first department that you see is the city clerk, and then we move down to finance, and then we move on to planning and et cetera. Now, for those departments where we increase things by the CPI, and let me back up a little bit, our fees have either stayed the same, increased by the consumer price, change in consumer price indices, or increased by the change in the construction cost indice. And the CCI, as it's called, is a requirement that's built into the city's municipal code in a number of places. Another method by which we increase our fees are by informal market surveys, where we call around to other cities or other entities that run businesses like ours and see what they're charging, just to make sure that we're staying competitive. So on page FC2, you have the planning budget, which is increased by the CPI. And when I say it's CPI to the nearest dollar, if I increase a fee, or if we increase a fee by a certain percentage, and it's $4 and it ends up at $4.12, I'm not going to round up to 5. We're going to round down to 4. So that's what I meant by to the nearest dollar. Let's see. A couple of things of note. The appeals fee we are recommending that it be increased from 200, and this is back on FC1, from 200 to 350, and we will be bringing forth an analysis to support that, that number at a future meeting. Unless we want to...
We're not ready to share that tonight?
I don't know. What do you think?
Sure.
All right, okay. I didn't want to catch our city clerk off guard, but as usual, she is prepared.
Well, as you remember, last year we came before council asking for an increase in the appeal fee to $300 from $100, and council approved a $200 increase, or $100, making it $200, which it is currently. We did survey several cities in the county, and we're still behind in comparison to the other cities. And basically, this is just to achieve cost recovery for the time that we spend handling the appeal. So that is why we're asking for the increase, just to kind of keep us in line. It's okay to mention that. I did a calculation of the number of departments that handle the appeal, and it actually comes out to $382. And so I felt justified in proposing $350. And that is cost recovery for the 4 departments that do handle the appeal.
And Kathy, did you do the collection of other cities' fees as well that you provided last year to the council?
I did, and I'm happy to read those off again. Most of these had not changed from last year to present. Woodside charges $400, Belmont $950, Brisbane $334, Millbrae $523, Atherton $750, Redwood City $270. So it would bring us more in line with some of the other cities. It was interesting to note that when I contacted Belmont, who's charging $950, they were looking at an increase up to $3,000, which is still under review by their council. So I don't know what's happened there. That may not happen, I don't know. But it just kind of gives you the fluctuation in the cost.
So I had a question, if it's okay if I ask. I noticed that we're having a great deal more appeals than it seems like we've had in the past. And I know it costs the person who wants to raise an appeal a couple $100, but what could somebody just describe to me what is the cost on the applicant every time an appeal is made to the applicant? Because I think there should be some sort of balance there as well. So I was wondering if you can address that.
Well, let me just clarify. The amount that Kathy mentioned is simply for taking in the appeal form, and those of us who look at it and touch it and have to analyze it.
Right.
So what you're describing is the response, and that varies widely. Planning, because it's typically the Planning Commission decisions that we've seen appealed, planning might be able to offer more information for you about the impacts on the project that gets appealed. But it does vary greatly depending on what the project is and what's entailed with the reasons for the appeal.
Right. I mean, I have a fear that sometimes it's so easy to appeal a project that if you have if you don't like somebody, if you have any question whatsoever, you can cost somebody a great deal of money and time, and maybe even make it so they can no longer even accomplish their project by appealing projects. And, you know, I want to keep it so it's fair for an individual if he has a legitimate concern, but at the same time, there has to be some sort of balance, and potentially raising this slightly will at some level, you know, where somebody has to think a little bit about how important it is to appeal a project. So, I don't know if anybody else has any.
Anybody else? Do you have a question? Go ahead.
Last year, my recollection is that we compromised between the what was then the current amount, $100, and the proposed amount, $300, and we came up with $200, and said that we would go to $300 this year. So, so that's what I would favor.
Anybody else? I don't know if I asked this last year, but is there somewhere where it's written that an appeal is allowable? What was the thinking behind an appeal in the first place? Is there such a thing as a purpose or a mission statement where appeals came from? Does anybody know?
Just generally speaking, it's a matter generally under the municipal code whether or not the council wants to allow a lower body's decision to be appealable to the council. But there's very little in terms of prerequisites for having standing to bring that appeal or having a legitimate basis to bring that appeal. And if you can imagine what it would look like for staff to make that kind of threshold determination about whether or not something was eligible to bring to you, I think you can understand why that would be so problematic. Mm-hmm. So unfortunately, there's no legitimacy testing that could really workably be applied to an appeal, so that you might have them be, you know, one be allowed, one not, one be more expensive, one not. Right. You really have to have one generally applicable rule, and that really what you're limited by is it can't be more than the cost recovery amount.
Say that again.
The only real rule here is that you can't charge more for the appeal than the cost the city incurs in processing it.
Okay. So what I wasn't getting at wasn't that kind of specificity. I was thinking more, like when you read the California codes, there's usually a preamble type of a thing that explains the purpose, like the people of California wish to blah, 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 blah. So I was wondering if this type of a thing came under an umbrella like that, where you I want to use the word define, where you express the mission or the purpose of an appeal is more for a generic reason rather than what constitutes legality of any particular appeal. So that's what I was just wondering if you knew of that.
in this case, there's really no state law or other law that empowers you. It's your police power and your prerogative as a council about which subsidiary body decisions you want to be appealable to you. So it's up to you which you want to allow to be appealable, but there's no general mission statement or intent statement about what an appeal is meant to be.
Okay, so the other question, I don't know if you know this, but when you were searching around, do cities tend to make a difference between appeals from corporations versus residents or anything like that?
Generally speaking, I don't think there's a way to workably apply a rule like that.
Just looking to see if anybody has such a thing.
I don't think that there's a workable way to apply a rule like that. There are cities that choose to provide for a lower appeal amount if someone can prove up that they don't have the means to pay a higher amount. That would become something that would be more in play if we were talking about a $3,000 appeal fee. You can imagine there might be some means testing for that, but again, that would add a whole layer of complexity to how this would be administered that would get very complicated and could itself be subject to challenges. But to answer your question more narrowly, I'm not aware of any dual track type appeal fees, and I really don't know how we could apply that in a way that would work.
Okay. I tend to still, I think it was that way last year, I prefer not to put a check on the public voice when I'm talking about residents. I feel the same way. And so now I have more lights, so I'm sorry, I don't know who was first. I think it was Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill.
An applicant applies for a project and they have to pay billable hours to get it to the planning commission, right? I mean, they pay whatever fees we charge for that. They're approved, somebody comes in and appeals, and staff then again goes back, reviews it, and has more time spent. Are those billable hours to the applicant, or is that just the cost to the city?
So really, in this case, you've got two different types of costs. There's a much more substantial cost to the applicant for staff time, for a legal review. If there's an outside consultant involved, all of those costs are passed straight through to the applicant. The costs that the city clerk has been speaking of are a separate category of costs that aren't baked into that amount, that have to do with other members of staff processing the actual appeal form and the more procedural part of that. The substantive part is handled, for a lot of the ones I think you're talking about are ones from the planning department. So the substantive analysis of that appeal, all of that is passed through to the applicant.
So then the applicant does have to pay for the additional staff hours once the planning commission has made their decision.
That's correct.
'Cause I know somebody had told me that one of the applicants, it cost the person to appeal it, $200, but then the applicant was paying over $12,000 in additional fees.
That could be. I'm not aware of that particular one, but that would
I
not
was told
surprise
that
me.
anecdotally, so.
That would not surprise me.
So in answer to your question, I think you also are muzzling people that want to try to improve their property that are citizens and residents if aren't you? If it's going to cost them an extra $12,000, $15,000
on the other hand,
to add a bedroom, and you're saying you just don't want residents to be schmuzzled.
I
think
wouldn't
you're
interpret
not
it that
allowing
way.
people to improve their property if it's been approved, duly approved, meets the codes and wants to, and some guy gets a hair up their butt, and you're muzzling them down. And
did you
not
want
allowing
an
them.
answer?
I made up my mind.
Well, that was a statement that I think I have a right to answer. No, I see it more as when you're going to do something in a neighborhood and I see people do this very successfully, that you make sure that you talk to your neighbors and that you have a good conversation with the neighbors, and you don't need to have anything appealed. And I mean, I've seen that even with big developments where Milagro Ridge is one of them. So anyway, Councilmember Neihardt?
Yeah, my issue is more, well, there's two things I wanted to say. One is, in recent times, we've had quite a bit of attorney costs that we have borne as a city related to appeals. Is that correct?
Some, yes, where it's not something that's properly borne by an applicant.
And there's no reimbursement for that?
That's correct.
Yeah. To me, the thing that has always bothered me about this is we appoint the Planning Commission, and it's a vote of the council. And as in any vote, we don't all get our way. But whether I want a particular person on a Planning Commission or not, the end result is that we have appointed the individuals that serve. And we as a group either support them or don't support them. Either we, as a group, want them to make proper decisions and have all kinds of public input and study sessions and whatever on the front end. And if we keep coming along and having to be the cleanup, what is the point of the Planning Commission? I mean, I'm willing to support our Planning Commission, currently, past, future. And so I am really interested in what it costs us to continue to do that forward, because I want public input. I want public input in the process as it goes through. And I want us to look at that piece. And I don't see it as cutting anybody off. I just want people to be cautious about what it costs everybody, all of us, and all the citizens in Pacifica, if we're not using the process fully. That's all.
Anybody else?
One thing I'll add to that is as the city attorney has explained, many of the costs for a project that's appealed can be reimbursed, the staff time, for example. But what that doesn't take into account is then that staff person is not working on the other things that you all would like them to work on. And I know I've shared with you anecdotally that I did ask our assistant planner how many hours they spent on one of the appeals that we focused on last year, and it was 20 hours just of his time, not of his supervisors or my review or the legal review. So that's a real cost to you as well that you just need to be aware of, that's all.
Mm-hmm. Agree.
So on that note, your recommendation was
$350.
Okay.
Moving onward.
So the other thing that I wanted to bring to your attention regarding the fee schedule is on page FC 12, and this has to do with fire. And fire reorganized their fee schedule to make it a little more logical. And so if you are maybe looking for the same format, they've changed it a little bit. And I think it reads a lot more logically than it did. And so I wanted you to be aware of that, so as you review it, you'll know that that's changed. Other than that, the format is still the same. And but those are the two things that I just wanted to bring to your attention. And each section where the CPI was applied or the CCI was applied is located next to the department name at the top of the section. Now, if you get to FC 17 with PB&R, There were some fees that were increased, there were a number of fees that stayed the same. Again, this is based on just surveying some of the surrounding communities and understanding what the other entities are doing. And that's kind of the general overview of what's going on in the fee schedule.
Lorenzo, I notice here in the fire department one, there's quite a few of the fees that have gone down. Like 682 went to 450, and there's 718 went to 450.
Yes.
And,
Deputy Johnson would love to tell you about those.
well, I wanted to give him bragging rights.
Yeah.
Because I know that has been a contentious issue with businesses in town.
Can you hear me? Okay. They went down because in the previous schedule, we lumped the plan check fees with the permit fees. And so what we've done is taken the plan check fees out so that where you see, for example, in new commercial under fire sprinkler and standpipes, new commercial.
What page are you on, Chief?
FC12.
Okay.
Okay. It was 682. It's dropped down to 450, but that is only the inspection. If you go then add up at top the $250 for the plan check, it's actually gone up just slightly. So if you came in and applied for a permit to do a fire sprinkler system, you would have two components. One would be the plan check, which is $250, and that would just be for the plan check part of the permit. When you actually were issued the permit, that would include all the inspection time, and that is multiplied out by a 15 cents per square foot, which enables us to easily scale a project up. So the 15 cents per square foot is based on roughly 3,000 square feet, which was what the old schedule was based on. But under the old schedule, we had to divide by 3,000 and proportion things out. This is much simpler. Anybody can just multiply 15 cents times whatever it is. And then on those particular ones, for example, the new commercial, tenant improvements below that for 10 heads or more, there's a few of them where the number that you see there on that right-hand side in the second column is the minimum amount. And that's because there's a minimum amount of time that's required to do some of these projects, to intake the forms, to make the permits, and then beyond that, it's a increase by square footage.
Thank you. And congratulations.
Thank you, Chief.
I was just wondering about it's under planning, so hopefully it could be
We'll try, or you can ask Tina Wermeister when she's back here with us. We'll try to answer now, but
okay, so we're not necessarily approving everything we see here before getting the answers.
it'll come back to you for a public hearing on March 23rd.
Okay.
Sorry,
May 23rd.
May 23rd.
So I'm just curious, I know it's kind of jumps off what we were just talking about with the appeal fees. It says all development applications shall require a deposit based on estimated number of staff hours to process an application, including materials, postage, etc. The deposit will be expended during application processing according to the adopted hourly rate billed at each quarter hour. So is it very common, how accurate are these fees charged for permitting, and do people get refunds very often, and how does an applicant keep track of the number of hours? I think this is really important, that this is transparent and people feel that, the applicant feels that he can trust that the number of hours he's paying for have actually been spent, and he can keep track of that. I think I want to be fair, make sure that we are doing this as consistently as possible.
Right, so we are, I will work with Director Wermeister and Director Ocampo to come back to you with a response for this. There is a system in place. We're actually in the process of making that system even better.
Okay.
So, but we'll come back to you with an explanation of where things are and where we want things to go. Because we realize there is an increase in the planning budget. We want to make sure that we can better account for things as they are right now.
Okay.
Okay.
The part of that question that I can answer is that this process or this structure is common, to set it at a reimbursement, a deposit that's made, and then charges against that deposit for staff time. That structure is very common.
Yeah, and my main concern is the transparency with this process to ensure that they can easily see how that money was spent. So they have faith in the system.
Yes, if I may respond also, given that engineering also does part of the plan check review, when the planning department distributes plans for various departments like us to review, what they have is a cover sheet at the front. So when we receive it, we date it. The time spent by staff is also logged in, as well as the comments regarding the plan check that's provided. And what I know is that the planning department has a folder for each of the individual projects where they have a log of the hours that they spent, and then they keep track of the other department's hours so that they can consolidate them in the end. I hope that answers your question.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman Nyhart?
Okay, I think I need police, because I think all of these have to do with you. Questions. My first one is just I'm trying to understand, when we do live scan for like taxis and massage therapists, there was a couple others in here, I think tow drivers and something. They're all $62. But live scan fingerprinting for like a nurse is $30. Is there something that I don't know about that you do for massage therapists who are state certified that is different than for nurses?
Page FC8.
Thanks.
If that helps you.
Okay, I've got it.
FC8.
FC8, but the live scan fee for fingerprinting is $30, and I've paid it a couple times, I happen to know. But
Those fees are actually broke down based on the level of query that they're asking for. Certain positions and certain types of live scans, from what I understand, require a higher level. So what we're doing is, I'm sorry?
And a nurse?
I certainly don't have the breakdown of a nurse
Okay.
here, but with me in front of me, but I can tell you that.
I'm just curious, for my own education, how a certified massage therapist who gets a certification from the state for their training, et cetera, how theirs is more complex. Just curious.
Well, part of the service level in that is, for example, if a nurse is coming to get a live scan that's working for the state, let's say, and they're coming to us, we aren't the managing agency, if you will, for that live scan. We're providing the service. And what I mean by managing agency is like for a massage therapist working in town, and they're getting a check through Department of Justice for a criminal history. Now, we have to manage that. If that person whose record we're managing gets arrested or something occurs, then we get the notifications from DOJ.
Because the nurse has a license with the state as opposed to the certification with the state?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure if that's exactly it, but what I'm telling you,
Okay.
the difference is we're not managing that. We're going through the Department of Justice and giving them the fingerprints and saying, here it is, tell us if they have a criminal history, and we have a connection to this person, like a massage therapist. They're working in town, and we need to know if something happens. Therefore, we're asking for feedback should something occur. Whereas a nurse or other professions that come in, well, they don't have any ties to the police department or the city, we don't need that type of service. So we're asking for a different level of service with our live scans. with massage
Okay,
therapists,
I'm going
with
to
tow
let
truck
that go for
drivers.
now, but I really don't understand the difference.
Okay.
And I'm not really slow on this stuff, so, because we have a reduced fee because of the state certification. That took a lot of the challenges around massage therapists away.
Yes.
And so we bought into the state system, the state takes care of that. We just provide their fingerprints and their DOJ, just like you're doing for a nurse. I don't get the difference, so
But
I'm
if,
just.
if I'm not, I want to make sure I'm
Okay.
understand that last part. If a California, if a massage therapist comes to the police department with an application to operate in town, and they're certified by the California Massage Therapy Council, we're not fingerprinting them.
Okay.
We're not doing that. That's already done through the California Massage Therapy Council, so we don't need that level of service. And the Massage Therapy Council notifies us if they get a Department of Justice hit saying that person's been arrested for a certain crime.
Well, boy, now I'm even more confused about the fee. We'll let that one go for now. Just another question. I'm still trying to understand massage because, I have questions about it. If the state went ahead and did a certification, that makes sense to me. And I just want to get the therapists of the world treated fairly as therapists, separate from being punished for something that other people are doing illicitly. You know what I'm saying?
Understood.
Yeah. And how many abandoned vehicles do we have, out of curiosity?
I don't have an exact number for you right here, but we get, if you look for calls for service and you're looking for abandoned vehicles, anytime a citizen picks up the phone and says, or calls our automated line or recording and says, there's a car that's been here too long, it gets statted as an abandoned vehicle. That's what the call type goes in. When you run a check on our records management system, that's how it's going to come back, that number. However, it doesn't necessarily mean it means abandoned. It's been a complaint. Now, the number of vehicles that we actually tow as abandoned is dramatically lower than the amount that are reported, because we have to go out and we have to mark them.
Right.
We usually use our community service officers to go out, and our volunteers to go out and mark those vehicles. So that number is relatively low when compared to the number that we actually get complaints about.
But do we have cars that are abandoned that nobody comes to claim, and we're trying to find the person to charge the $203 to?
That it does occur from time to time, where it's actually a true abandoned vehicle where they dumped it and they have no intention of coming back. Yes, that occurs.
Okay. Is that what it costs us?
For the,
I have one more question.
are you referring to the towing fee?
$203, yeah.
Okay.
Page are you on?
10.
Okay.
Okay, when you're looking at that, give me one moment, please. Okay, now that is that's the actual fine for it. That's not our cost recovery for that, if that's what you mean.
Okay. So that's a fine that's in the
That is just a
structure.
fine. Cost recovery, when it comes to towing for the vehicle, comes in
Through the
in the
tow
room of the
company.
release fee
Yeah.
that
Okay.
we would charge.
And then the last question that I had was just the curiosity about how this was listed in here for fireworks. Because the sale, use, or discharge of fireworks, and I'm assuming you're talking about illicit on top of page 11?
Yes, I'm there.
Because everything else is indicated by safe or sane, so I assume the first one is illicit or illegal. And you know the reason I'm asking, because I didn't think you got a first offense, second offense on illegal fireworks.
Correct. I'm going to have to come back to you and double check on that one.
Okay,
That one, that
thanks.
appears to be.
Thanks, I just saw it and I caught it and I was like, I thought it was $1,000 across the board.
Right. Or illegal fireworks are your ones that aren't safe and sane.
Right.
The sale or discharge of them.
Okay.
Or possession of them is $1,000.
So that's a little
Yes.
confusing to me. All right, thank you.
All right, so it's after 10:30, actually. We have 2 public cards, so what do we want to do here?
Here.
Well, what more do we have besides fees?
That's all for now.
So do you want, it's, let's see, it is 10:39 now. Do you want to go possibly to 11:30?
Does Mike have, yeah, let's go to, I make a motion that we go to 11:30.
I need a second.
Second.
Okay. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem?
I have another question for Mike Perez based on the oral comments. Do we have private businesses coming in giving swimming lessons without insurance and they're using the city pool or?
No, we don't. We're not aware of that. Mr. Pence mentioned that to me, and staff are looking into that. So if it's happening, it's not something we allow and will let. I'm not sure why he wanted to bring that up, but we're looking into that.
Okay, I just wanted to ask, so.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, and also, the fire chief, or police chief's gone, but first offense, is that like calendar year, or do you keep track year over year? I don't know, is he here, or no?
When you're 10.
You know how the discharge of fireworks, first offense, second offense, is that one calendar year, or is that you keep track year after year?
We keep track of them. We can check the person in our records management system and determine when we're issuing the administrative citation, whether they've been cited in the past for it or not.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Also have that confusion about the illegal fireworks. Okay, so next. Are we finished?
Right. So what we'll do is gather the questions that were generated from this conversation. We'll come back to you with responses, and we'll check the code section that the fireworks are mentioned in and see if it mentions illicit or what type of fireworks. But generally, we'll come back to you with these questions. And that essentially concludes our presentation for tonight.
I actually do have one more question. What's the matter?
Oh, we have cards.
Yes, I know. Regarding the hazardous, is that the fees requested for anything that had hazard on it, is that the maximum amount?
Can you give us a page number?
Oh, there's several pages. Well, anyway, you get my gist. If you find the word hazard, that's my question. Okay, so that's enough for me. I don't need an answer for that now.
Okay.
So I'll close the council and take it to the public, and I have 2 cards if there's anybody else who has a question. So Tiger Big Stick and Dan Stejnik, both on this item.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Is it okay if we take a quick break? I need to switch to DVD.
Sure.
Yes.
No, it takes what, 2 minutes? Everybody stretch. On the budget issues, and we're opening to public comment. I have 2 cards on the proposed budget. So that's Tiger Big Stick and Dan Stejnik, and anybody else.
Good evening. I am Tiger Jazz Big Stick of Pacifica. Thank you for hearing me, Madam Mayor and Honorable Council. As I've mentioned many other times, but I thought tonight would be particularly appropriate since we're discussing the general fund. As somebody who's become much more deeply involved with the PRC, I just wanted to restate that due to not quite knowing from year to year whether or not ERAF will fund the PRC from the city, I would suggest putting the Resource Center back into the general fund. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anybody else after this? No? Yeah, you're good. Come on, Dan.
Good evening, council members. Thanks for hearing me again tonight. I'd just like to give a little golf clap to Mike Perez and Parks and Rec. You know, 80% cost recovery is fantastic. It makes me want to merge wastewater into Parks and Rec, but that might be confusing for some people who went to the pool. They, looking through the budget here, Public Works has a $2.8 million budget. Wastewater last year had $14 million, so they'll be having a $16.8 million budget. Public Works will essentially be growing by 6 times, including the $17 million equalization basin. It will almost be grow. Public Works will essentially grow by 10 times their budget this year. I'm sure there's some sort of mechanisms for control there that should probably be implemented. Looking at a couple things, we had one statement, one-time money for one-time expenditures. We might want to think one-time money to pay down some debt here as a possibility too. Looking at the Public Works, street traffic maintenance and trees, $438,000 last year to $500,000 this year. I don't see any money on there for repairing the pier, repairing the seawall. City attorney goes from $604,000 down to $500,000. September 14th this year, last year we heard from the city attorney that we were out of money, only had $100,000 left. Real quick, I'm going to run through some metrics here. Current bonds and principal interest by city in San Mateo County. Pacifica is fifth. We've got the fifth most outstanding bonds of everybody. County government revenues, Pacifica is number 2 in the entire state. We get second most money of anybody in the county per capita from the state. Look on page 8, you can see our federal revenues have dropped significantly. 2011, they were $1.3 million a year. Now they're $300,000 per year. San Mateo County property tax by city per capita, Pacifica is number 8. We're actually doing pretty well there. San Mateo County tot tax by city per capita, we're number 7. We get $38 per capita on there. There's a lot of room for improvement. The only reason we're not number 2 is because 5 cities don't even have hotels there. County revenues by city per capita, we're number 4 of the worst. Worst one is Daly City, the lowest per capita income. East Palo Alto and Belmont. Lots of room for opportunity. Good luck. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Is there anyone else? I don't see anybody, so we'll bring it back to, I think we're at the end of our agenda. Is that correct? Okay, so, I'm sorry?
Can I just make one
Oh,
comment?
sure. So we have Councilwoman Nyhart.
I just wanted to say, and I don't know if this makes sense, but it's certainly, having sat up here for a while, seems to be the case. With a few small changes, and I know that they can seem like they add up, and they certainly do in total to the general fund, but what the strategy is appears to me to make sense, to try to avoid some of the catastrophic losses that we have, because we constantly are running close to the wire or less than. We aren't actually taking care of problems. And what you seem to be doing with this budget is trying to move into the realm of trying to take care of problems in a proactive way. And if that really is the case, I wanted to say thank you, because it's the first time I've seen that. When we run constantly short, what we have are lack of maintenance, lack of problems. It just snowballs, and then we end up with these catastrophic costs that we then have to deal with in a massive sort of way. If we can actually be proactive and preventative, that's wonderful.
Okay, good. Councilwoman Irvin?
I'd like to say something about the Pacifica Resource Center and the Beach Coalition. I do think it's very, it makes a lot of sense for it not to be used out of ERAF. To me, this isn't one-time funds. They provide very important amenities to many people, and I think the partnership that's been created, I'm very, very impressed with the way the cooperativity between the city and the Resource Center, which was so strongly demonstrated during the last crises we had, and people had to leave their homes, and we couldn't do what the Pacifica Resource Center did for those people. And I know we have our own financial problems, and we are struggling to come to grips with that, but I do think that they provide these amenities to the public in a way that we cannot, and we cannot undervalue what the resource center does, and I think it's that the need for the resource center is not going to go away. And so I would like to see the resource center move back into the general fund if at all possible. I don't know how anybody else feels.
I would say ditto on that myself, but where are we with this?
I'm just bringing it up because it was part of the,
So do we put that on a future agenda for discussion, or how do you want to do this?
Well, to put the resource, well, let me back up a moment. My understanding is that the resource center used to be a city department back around 2000, earlier in this century. I love saying that.
Actually, it belonged to the county first.
And then the city had been moving away from that model over time, and I think 2005 or 2006, the plan was to have it spin off as its own nonprofit, and that we kept funding it on a grant basis. And so now, again, my understanding is that they are moving even more in that direction, now that they're not under the umbrella organization.
Of the Tide organization.
So I think that the movement has been in the direction that the council a long time ago set. If you all want us to consider putting it back into the general fund, it will require us to go make some cuts someplace else because we've brought you a balanced budget. If that's your direction, I would like to know that now so we could figure out what to suggest, because it's taken cuts in lots of places to bring the budget to you as it is in its current state. But of course, it's your direction that we're looking for, and if that's what you want us to do, we'll do our best to figure that out. I have another alternative just to mention, and that is I've heard one of the concerns expressed is that they have to wait until the middle of the fiscal year to find out if we're going to get excess ERAF and if they get the money. One change that you could make is to fund it now out of excess ERAF and to start doing that sort of ahead of the schedule in the loop. So we get excess ERAF this year, then you can say, we're going to give it to you out of this year's allocation so that you know for next fiscal year that you'll have it. And then again, next year we find out, and then during the budget cycle you can decide whether they get it on July 1 rather than waiting until the spring. So that's another mechanism that might address some of the concerns I've heard expressed. But again, if that's the direction from the council, please tell me now so we can go back and try to figure out what to cut.
You have a question?
I saw you have.
Councilwoman Nyhart?
My issue has always been not about the Pacifica Resource Center, because I support the Resource Center. I think it's a valuable institution in our community. That's absolutely 100% across the board. The issue to me is more a concept, and we are supposed to be setting policy up here, and it's the issue of policy in the city. I can argue wholeheartedly that as a city function, the Beach Coalition does a function that relates to streets, that relates to stormwater, that relates to preservation of our beach. It relates to a function that the city has to do anyway. And my problem always with social service ends of things is that is, and it was originally, a county function, became a city function when the county, and that's how we formed the Resource Center, when the county pulled out and had less services. And the reason I was asking the question earlier is it's always this issue of, my own personal experience has been that when I go, or any of us go and absolutely knock on the doors and pound things down, we get some attention over here, but it's kind of this general lack of engagement from the county that worries me with some aspects of city services, and they aren't city services, they're really countywide services. It's a social service program. So I struggle with that policy concept, which is something that cities don't typically get into, which is social services, separate from the issue of the Pacifica Resource Center. So it's a balancing act. We get into it in the seniors. That's why I was asking about it with PB. but that doesn't mean we should. It means that we need to have that conversation about what is it that we should be doing versus what is it the county should be doing. And how to have that conversation, I don't know, because we always get stuck in the individual agencies, which is something that, you know, I mean, I support the resource center. So how do you cut the resource center? You can't cut the resource center. Do you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. And so it becomes, we get away from a policy issue and into a specific entity issue.
Right. And I'll just speak quickly, and that's what really gets me wondering, is we do support the senior services, and we do support child care services, and we do all these things, but then we stop. And I know it's a separate entity and it's nonprofit and we have a whole bunch, but I just cannot imagine not servicing them. So I get into what do we do when ERAF dries up? I mean, we've been told ERAF is not going to last forever. We have to prepare for the day we don't get that $1.5 million check or whatever it is that comes in and is a great source of funds. I will not support the resource center, and I know I'm asking it's not fair because I think we all feel the same way. I completely get it, but I do think we need to think about ways that we're going to fund it in the future, and they shouldn't have to be worrying unless we don't plan on funding them, but they shouldn't have to be living on the edge every year, not knowing if we're going to support them or not when they're providing, as I said, to me, they're providing so much amenities for a very needy group. And I just, in my view, it's not one-time funds. So that's all I'm going to say. And then,
anybody else? I actually concur with that. I don't see it, I see it as part of who we are and as part of, part of our essence. And you used another word that I was agreeing that we're not that. So, however, I'm not quite sure, it's kind of late, and I'm not quite sure what you were saying when you said you could say the ERAF now. Are we that sure of ERAF that we could say that at this point?
Well, you have funds that were allocated for this fiscal year sitting in the excess ERAF account. We're setting them aside pending understanding what the scope of our disaster response is. As you know, even if we get grant money from the state or other programs, there will likely be a match. So we haven't really talked a lot about excess ERAF. It is going to come back to you on May 23rd to give you an update on where we are with all of it. So based on what I know right now in terms of what the match will need to be, we may have enough to carve out I believe it's $83,000 that we typically grant to the to the Pacifica Resource Center. We could grant that to them now for starting July 1. So that would actually, again, one of the things I've heard is the uncertainty around it, because we don't know until the middle of the fiscal year. So if you wanted to grant them the money for next year out of this year's allocation and to start that as your process, you could do that. That's just another option that occurred to me. That would get after one of the issues I've heard.
All right, thank you. Councilmember Keener?
Well, I support funding funding the resource center out of the general fund. Of course, I supported it last year and so on. I also would note that in its approximately 10 years that it's been on its own, it hasn't received a raise, just not a nickel, whereas the cost of living has gone up, fees have gone up, everything's gone up. Their expenses have gone up, and as a city, we depend on them. That's apparent. I mean, when we, the imperial we, condemned that building several months ago, you know, we had to call somebody to to help the residents because, you know, we weren't equipped to do that ourselves. And so we called the Resource Center, and they did a good job.
Did a great
So, yeah. Number one, I favor funding them out of the general fund. But more than that, I favor funding them, period. And I favor considering an increase, as I've also mentioned last year, and I will mention again this year.
So we have 3 in favor of moving forward. Do I have that? Do I need a motion for
I
that?
would love a motion, please, yes.
Yeah. And my other question was, it sounds like you need an answer tonight. I mean, I would just as soon put it off a little bit, but are you
Well, if I'm going to
preferring an
have to find $83,000 in the general fund, or perhaps more, depending on what the motion is, I will need time to do that. Again, we already made cuts to bring the budget to you in balanced as it is, and I'll need time to figure that out. Because we have a budget study session on May 11th, we have the regular meeting on May 23rd, and then we may have a study session on June 8th. I'm not sure I have enough of you here. And then June 13th is the council meeting for final, any feedback on the budget at that time, and then we bring it to you for adoption on June 27th, I believe it is. So
is somebody ready to make a motion?
Well, I'm not going to vote on whether to fund the Resource Center or not, because I still don't have the bigger answer to the question of social services. And should we or shouldn't we, and at what level, and what is it that we are not, because we aren't getting the connection from the county that we should be getting. And we do this all the time, and I get it, we need to, we pull together, this is what we do in Pacifica, but it takes the pressure off the county. It takes the concern, and I'm worried about doing that repeatedly. I was worried about it with the seniors, and you see they're pulling back, and they get a little funny about us competing for grants they're competing for, and I just feel like we need to come to terms at some level with the county on these issues. That is a separate concern I have from whether or not we give the Resource Center, whatever it is, 83,000 or something, at this point in this juncture. Those are 2 separate issues in my mind.
Okay. Councilmember Mayor Pro Tem O'Neill, do you have some great wisdom here?
I can make a motion.
Okay, basically the issue is do we fund it from ERAF, which is a fairly certain form, just given education funding, commitments from the state and everything, that is probably going to be here for a while, but it is prudent to do it one-time funds for one-time projects. Now, if I remember correctly, when you gave us a mid-year budget report, we were over revenue under budget by something like 200,000 or something, if I remember correctly. Am I wrong, or?
there was a budget savings expected for this year, but we won't know that for sure until we do the audit.
Okay.
There is a fund balance.
Pardon?
There is a fund balance. Yes.
Right, and their fiscal year starts July 1st?
Oh, I'm not sure when their fiscal year is. Actually,
Tiger, do you know when the fiscal year starts?
Yeah, it starts July 1st.
I think it is.
July 1st? Okay. So would it be possible to fund it out of this year's budget, general fund, the balance that we have in there?
Oh, out of fund balance you're talking about?
Yeah, out of the fund balance we have now, then it would be out of the general fund. They would know before July 1st. Mm-hmm. The uncertainty of ERAF is gone, and we do it that way, then we don't have to look at cutting a budget for this year.
And it's still one-time money essentially, because that's how that fund gets treated, the
Well,
fund
then
balance.
we can talk about it in the entirety of the fiscal year budget after July 1st versus, doing it at 11 o'clock on April 25th.
It's true.
Do you want to comment, Lorenzo, on that? I believe I know what the fund balance is, but I would
It's
defer to
1.9
you.
million.
How much?
It's 1.9 million. That's the undesignated portion of the general fund per our last CAFR, and that is as of June 2015.
Was 1.9 million?
Yeah.
Okay.
And that's given a revenue stream of $28 million.
Mm-hmm. So it's roughly around 10%.
No,
1.9, 20 million?
No, 28 million.
Oh, 28 million.
Comparing
Oh,
it
I'm
to
sorry.
the general
Right.
fund total, yeah.
Okay.
So, and that's, and theoretically, we should have more in reserve than 1.9. You know, we just experienced a calamity this past December. That calamity may not happen next year, but it's going to happen, and it's prudent for us to. I'm gonna, you know, I would be comfortable with an undesignated reserve, an emergency reserve of somewhere around $5 million, and.
Yeah, best practice is 10% of your general fund for, in fact, we have a policy which we haven't been able to
Exactly.
fund yet. And 10% is what's recommended for basically economic uncertainty. Then typically we would have another reserve for emergencies. And of course, we don't have either of those.
So then the question is, if we take the money out of the general fund, do we then deplete the cash balance reserves and not even try to achieve the goal of an emergency fund?
I would recommend at this point in time that the general fund be allowed to keep healing itself from the calamities that occurred, both financial and environmental or weather-wise, that occurred back in 2008, 2009, when we were struggling financially. We're still coming out of that. So I, at this point, would recommend the use of ERAFT, and we would let the general fund continue healing itself, because that's essentially what it's doing.
So were your comments mainly to get it out of the general fund now, or to, yes, or was it to?
I'm just being very clear that I would never support not funding the Resource Center. I think they're an incredibly important element. If you have created this budget, and it's a balanced budget, which I want to commend you on, and I think that is incredibly important. If we can give them what they need and take away the not knowing, and know that at least as long as I think this makeup of the council's on council, that if next year ERAF doesn't happen, we're going to have to fund them some other way. I think balancing the budget is vitally important, but so is, I think we as a city need to support what they do. And so I completely, it's one-time funds has been, something I ran my campaign on. It's always been incredibly important. Having a reserve's been incredibly important, all of those things. So I am listening to what you're saying, and you're really, I'm feeling that this is not something easy I'm asking, but if we go with the ERAF funds this year and could tell them earlier, I'm not ever going to not support the Resource Center. So I can do it this year, and hoping we can get to a point where they're back in the general fund.
Thank you, that's what I was asking for. All right, Councilmember, Mayor Pro Tem?
I would, I think, prefer just to do it ERAF so they know by July 1st that they're getting the money. Because I think if we were facing, let's say, a $300,000 deficit in the general fund, we would be talking about, are we going to fund them in the general fund then? So I think it's really we're just kind of like semantics here, is that I do believe it would be a 5-0 vote to fund them. It's just a matter of which pot you're going to take it out of. So I would suggest you do notify, I'll make them, oh, you want to talk, huh?
Yeah, one more person.
I just had one. I'm fine with supporting either that now or later, with one caveat, that we actually look at the services we need and deserve in Pacifica and figure out how we get them also within the context of the county, because I really see that as an issue. And I think we have to work with them and continue to work with them, but I hate finding out there's all these things that didn't come to town until we have a crisis and then have to go after them. And that's what happened 2 years ago. And it was an unfortunate situation that led us to have to go after them. But we should be having those things readily available here anyway. And I know the county thinks of the Resource Center as one of their sites, but they don't fund it in that same way as they do other sites. And that, I want to get that worked out with the county somehow. Not that I'm being adversarial, I just think that needs to be in as part of this. We continue to fund it, but we need to work out that issue.
Okay, then I make a motion that we fund the Resource Center and notify them by July 1st out of this year's ERAF funds, but that by next year we will find out what is available over the hill and what we do not have here.
And I
that'll
will
be a
absolutely
task force.
second that.
That'll be a task force.
Okay with that?
That's right.
So
Go ahead.
Is that the whole,
Yes.
is there anything else that we needed to? Okay.
So we had a motion and a second, and we'll call for the vote. And thank you all for that. Appreciate it. And I believe we are finally finished. I don't know if you can adjourn in honor.
3 minutes.
I only have a half a minute. If you can adjourn in honor of a living person, is that allowable?
Sure.
In honor of Refugio and his 100-year-old birthday and his endorsement of us to walk, 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 walk.
Oh, sure.
Thank you.
You are adjourned.